evening, everybody. Welcome in to the AEL University Elite Series with Matzi and Emperor ZK. Tonight is the night. It is Marvel Rivals Grand Final.
Woo!
And third place.
And then a low woo. but woo! We're gonna be a lot of fun. We've been waiting very patiently for this week to come through, and I'm very excited to be here once again with you, Matzi.
Oh, me too, Emp. It's a pleasure to have you on board as always, and we love it. But you know what else we love? Our sponsors. So, first and foremost, a big shout out to AGON by AOC, the #1 gaming monitor brand in the world. AGON by AOC provide best-in-class monitor solutions for gaming and all other needs. But, Emp, it's about that time of night. It's time for dinner. And who can we call?
It is Indomie, the noodle partner made with high-quality flour and selected ingredients and spices. A plate of Indomie Migoran will certainly brighten up your day. Try any one of the flavors available today from your local grocer or at indomie.com.au.
Big shout out to our sponsors, always and forever there. They definitely help us put on a wonderful show. We encourage you to check them out. But you know what else we can check out, Emp? We can check out what's going to be on the horizon for the night here. Take a look. We've got, first and foremost, third place matchup. It's UNSW taking on UTS. And to follow suit, it's going to be Monash taking on RMIT for the grand final. 9 p.m. for that one. And our first match will be right around the corner. But what an exciting match we have here tonight, Emp. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's a crazy one, especially looking through last week. On the semifinals, we had Monash 3-0 over UNSW in a very classic kind of a match standoff. And then, of course, on the semifinals, UTS versus RMIT went all the way 3-2. It was crazy, but ultimately went in the way of RMIT. So, to begin with, our third place match, UNSW versus UTS is going to be an absolute banger.
Absolutely a banger. With all the mash there, I'm definitely excited for what's to come from that one. I reckon both of our teams have got it in them, to take victory here. And speaking of victory, let's take a look into who might take victory here tonight. Who is going to be behind these rosters? It is going to be none other than, for UNSW, Lick, Frost, Assassin Man, Nova, Whole God, Yu Wang the Mon, and on Yu Wang the One. Apologies. And for UTS, it's Kaibe, Dinosaur Pillow, Milk, Jason, Soon, and Fluent.
Well, I guess we're going to be having a time of our live casting. Once again, I have to appreciate Marvel Rivals' names. They're just the best. And ever since joining Halfway, I feel like, both UNSW and UTS have just the most amount of highlights when it comes down to calling them out, especially when it comes down to the side of UNSW. Like before, UTS definitely did have a lot more, but when you have something called Yu Wang the Wong, oh man, it's going to be terrific.
Absolutely. Definitely excited for, this different roster. I don't think I've seen some of these, at least a couple of the players on the roster before. So nice to see, But you know what else is nice to see? Our interview with none other than Assassin Man!
Hello. Can you hear me?
Oh, we sure can. Welcome in, mate. It's a pleasure to have you on board here tonight. The third place matchup. I'll bet you guys are excited.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't expect much.
Yeah?
Do
you guys reckon you'll be able to take it away, though? Do you think you're going to be able to take the win?
Honestly, I'm not that confident. If I would say I'm confident, that would be like a lie. Because you can kind of see our teams does a lot of switching in the roster. Because of schedule differences, it's funny enough is we barely ever have a full team in our scrim. Not in our scrim, sorry, in the real match. In a scrim, we actually played really well, better than I thought. But when the real match comes, everyone's just timetable is just mixed up, and it's just we never actually got a full team. And this week we have 3 players who's actually not able to come. we were gonna forfeit, but I just had to quickly find somebody to fill.
Oh, fair enough. Definitely sucks when it comes into that kind of situation. But going through the competition of this whole Elite Series journey, how do you and the team feel about your whole journey?
Oh, the whole journey.
Mm.
Well, honestly, I just made my debut here. I was gonna play at first, but uh, schedule stuff also at first. So I wasn't that confident when I came in at first, but when we have a full team, I'd say I'm really confident that we could have pulled it off, even against Monash. But unluckily, we just had like really bad luck throughout this entire series.
No, fair enough. And I guess coming forward, win or lose out of this one, do you guys feel like you'll stick together in the future? And if you do you think you'll be able to find more success?
Yeah, I think if we actually get to play, then we might be able to find success. And because we actually did like a scrim with like a lot of university before actually going in to like come play this tournament, and our results actually pretty decent, I would say. Aside from one with Monash, because Monash is really a strong team. But yeah,
Fair enough. Well, I guess good luck to you guys. Matsi, what do you reckon?
I reckon just believe in yourselves. Believe in yourselves,
okay.
and you can
Hopefully we put a
definitely.
miracle tonight.
That's it. Just believe in
Yeah.
yourself and give it your all there. I reckon you guys are gonna crush it. All right, it's gonna be a
Mm-hmm,
fun match,
mm-hmm.
win or lose. But
Oh yeah, that's what we're here for. A really
that's
fun
it.
time.
That's it. That's good. All right. Well, thanks so much for joining us here tonight, Assassin Main. Best of luck with the matchup. I reckon you guys are gonna do
Pleasure's mine.
very, very well. And yeah, I'll be watching.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah, hopefully people share us on.
All right. There you go. So good to get a bit of insight before the game this time. We thought we'd change things up, get a bit of insight from the players before they head into the matchup, and definitely keen to hear from whoever takes away the victory what their thoughts will be heading forward as well. Definitely, yeah, gonna be a fun time ahead, Emp. I think we're gonna have a lot of fun with this match.
Yeah, look, it's one of those things that I love to play into. We have our map as well. It's gonna be great. Look, um, when it comes down to this, I reckon the Marvel Rivals, when it comes down to the mid to the upper echelon of teams, a lot of them it's hard to spot if there's any weaknesses in the team. It's not even in the band setups or if it's anything else. It's just that, hey, we're going to be playing around this certain style. And if you have a style over us, it's going to be, depending on, what different scenario that you're going to be bringing to the table. Is it going to be better than our competition? Is it going to be something that we're not seeing? Is there something that, of an aim gap between the teams? Or is it that kind of synergy? All these things come into play. And just from last week, a 3-2 game that went all the way. It was a crazy back and forth. Anyone could have called it any single time. But sometimes you need a little bit of extra, I guess, assertion when it comes down to your whole team. And that really plays into the upper echelon, with like your top teams, like your RMIT, your Monash, all these guys.
Absolutely. You really got to give it your all there, don't you? Really got to go up to snuff and prove yourselves. But you know what? Tonight is the big night to prove yourself because our matches this evening are a little different. We're going to be playing into a best of 5. So, what does that entail? Well, in our previous weeks, you might have seen we're pretty, we like best of 3s. But we are going to be into best of 5s tonight. So, best of 5s means the first team to take away 3 maps will be our victor. But obviously, if both teams take a victory, it could go up to 4 maps. It could go all the way up to 5 maps if you end up at that 2-for-2 score line. So it goes all the way through. But speaking of the maps, it's going to be a domination, convoy, convergence, convoy, and convergence there, depending on how far we go. So definitely excited for what the series is going to bring here and whether it does have that potential to go the full distance.
Yeah, I think the domination is what I'm looking forward to first. But I believe we have an interview, so let's get to it.
Yeah, let's get to it. Welcome in, Jason. How are you, mate?
Hello.
Hey, pleasure to have you
Yeah.
on board. And I guess first and foremost, how are you guys feeling coming into the series? You feeling confident?
Yeah, I think we should win here. We beat them last time. We'll beat them again.
Fair enough,
Yeah.
loving the confidence. Do you think throughout this whole journey that you guys have come together as a whole team and that, it's been working much more better from the beginning?
I think overall we've improved. However, last week was quite unfortunate. I think we were all a bit too busy with university, so couldn't find time to scrim. But I think this week we'll definitely have it in the bag.
That's great to hear. And I guess heading forward, do you feel like you guys are going to stick together as a roster?
Honestly, I'm not too sure. I think some of our group members want to pursue a different game like Valorant, but I think the core group will definitely play again next semester.
Fair enough, it's going to be an awesome thing when it comes down to it. But, before we do go into the best of 5 tonight, right? How are you feeling personally?
I'm feeling great. I think I woke up 2 hours ago. I'm nice and ready to go. Hopefully my Salok doesn't get banned this week. I haven't got to play a single game of her this whole tournament. So, yep.
You've jinxed it now. You're giving them the inside scoop. Hey, fingers crossed for you. That's all I can say. But yeah.
Thank you.
Anyway, yeah, like I said, fingers crossed, and best of luck to you and your team in the matchup. I reckon it's going to be a fun one, and yeah, may the best team win.
Yep. Thank you very much. May the best team win.
Too good. All right. That's going to be all there. Eb, great to get insights on both sides of the scale. UNSW, UTS, ready to bless the timeline with their amazing plays. And they are going to be putting on one heck of a show, heading into a best of 5 endeavor here this evening. Just to remind you all how that goes down, we got domination map, convoy map, convergence map, convoy again if we get there, as well as convergence if we do go the full distance of 5 maps. So definitely going to be a fun journey ahead. If we end up going to 5 maps, we might end up feeling like it's the never-ending story, but it does make for an exciting matchup. And I'm kind of hopeful we go there, to be honest, Emp. I love an exciting game, especially on a night like tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a little bit freakishly cold in New South Wales. Has not stopped raining, but we got a little bit of sunshine today, so I was able to do a little bit of laundry. But more than anything, we don't talk about the amount of washing that we have to do in scrims or anything, because we're here to enjoy the games provided by these two awesome teams and by the grand final guys as well. And of course, when it comes down to the maps, we got domination, convoy, and convergence. What is your personal pick? Because I'll give you my take here. I favor more convoy and convergence than domination, because every time we do get a domination, it's always a back and forth, really hard containment kind of a play style from every team that we do have throughout, no matter what kind of level of competition. But obviously everyone's got their own preference, and I see it with a bird eye view to see, all right, what's more entertaining. I just personally felt like convoy has been my go-to. But how about you?
Yeah, look, I'm feeling pretty similar. I think I have a bit of a preference towards convoy due to my experience playing and/or casting other games of a similar nature. I definitely have a bit of a preference towards convoy. It just feels kind of nostalgic to me, kind of watching maps play out like that. Yeah, I like it. I like seeing players push the point or push the payload. It's good.
Yeah, and with the coming up, we got more balance changes in the next patch. Obviously, for the viewers at home, if you haven't seen it, Ultron's going to be released. The new team ups is going to also come up as well. I'm a little bit scared because I do have a lot of potential playtime on my divers here and there, but now we're not going to dive anymore. I'm pretty sure everyone's going to jump on a Hawkeye. And Luna's going to be just perma-banned. But that will be a very interesting aspect to see every ranked game or every competitive game. It's like, no. You don't get to have fun here.
Yeah, we're bringing back Hawkeye. It's coming back. It's season 0 all over again, everybody. Get keen for that. I might have to bring back the Hawkeye myself. Watch out. No, no, we're not bringing that back. Not for me anyway. But no, you guys kill it. You guys kill it with the Hawkeye. But nah, it's good. It's gonna be fun to see the new patch changes. You know, I've seen a lot of I guess presence around Ultron looking like a weaker character at the moment. You know, I've seen a lot of testing people have been doing with I think the little preview patch access. I know some people get access to that, and like they've been comparing Ultron's ultimate compared to like other characters. You know, like Star Lord or like the Pulse Bomb, Scarlet Witch, etc. And like it's just rough. It looks really rough at the moment for Ultron. So I am curious how they're going to play into the meta, whether there is going to be like a further balance patch, you know, after they come out to try and enhance them a little bit, so then they can actually find a more solid place there. But you know, ultimately, it's all just hypotheticals at the moment, right? It's all just the testing phase, so we won't know how it plays out in reality until they're actually here. So really curious, yeah, how that's going to go. Amongst all the other changes that are coming into the game as well, right? Like the Sharknado, you know, Jeff the Shark.
Oh, yeah.
Some, changes coming through there. In for the new team up potential. And yeah, I just feel like it's really going to transform the landscape of the game. But you know what? Speaking of games, we got a game on our hands. It's time for the pick ban phase. Coming in to Hell's Heaven Domination. Map 1. Fight!
Well, here we go. We are still gonna have the 3 bans to protect here, and well, I guess Luke Cage is gonna be skidded right out of here, snapped out of existence, same as Loki. So both sides opting to make sure, you know, there's no kind of funky dives here and there. Loki, I still think, is one of the best healers out there when playing ranked. It's just so much utilities. There's just so many things that you can do. His burst in potential damage, his survivability is just sky high. Even though he gets picked off more often than not, and there's not enough Loki players out there, it's just that when Loki doubles up with Luna, it's one of those things that keeps on protecting the team and extends the fight for no reason. And then so the election to protect is the Groot, which is super strong. And then in response, there is going to be a Psylocke. So, you know, already we are dividing this game into a wild and wilder picks.
Oh yeah, wild and wilder picks going to be coming out there. Jason going to be happy Psylocke was available. I remember they were talking about that in our interview, you know, and looks like the stars are aligning for him. Got their Psylocke, and they're going to be locked in. But speaking of locked out, we do see Emma Frost on the chopping block there, so not going to be able to play that one today. Next pick to come through, though, on top for UNSW. Have to figure out their options here.
Yeah, I think, you know, at this stage, having the Invisible Woman and the Emma Frost being banned away is pretty much what you're going to be guaranteeing yourself, right? There's Luna Snow is definitely going to be the pick to come through, and you don't want her to double up with Invisible Woman. Emma Frost, you know, still maintaining strong. So the Human Torch is going to be protected here, and I'm assuming right now they are going to also pick another locking DPS, which is going to be Hela. And now, interestingly enough, it can be Captain America ban, or you can just instantly ban onto, say, for example, a Mantis or even a Adam Warlock, depending on the playstyle of both teams. They have played each other. They have played against teams that's having very strong tanks and support. I think looking at this currently, because, yeah, there is the Captain America ban, I was thinking if you let even Captain America go through with a Groot in play, with Hela and Johnny Storm, this is going to be an absolute insane matchup. And Doctor Strange being locked away, I'm personally a fan, because sometimes when you do play into any map like this, you know, the last minute portals tends to extend the fight a little bit beyond control, and it's respectable enough to get that locked away.
Absolutely. They know the power of the Strange, you know, it's one of the most picked tanks into the meta, and I guess they just don't want to deal with it. So fair enough. Curious to see the adaptation coming around, though. Like, I like how UTS have picked out the Venom here as well as Magneto. Playing around each other makes sense. I feel like they can definitely get great use out of both of them. If it was one of those on its own, though, it could be a bit more problematic. But I am curious, you know, considering we're on the current patch, how things will go for UTS. Because on paper, you know, in some ways I'd prefer the Iron Fortress that comes from a composition like the Groot and Magneto versus their counterparts there. But we'll see what comes out of this one.
Yeah, I can agree with that perspective. It is when you have more walls up there and have more protection, especially since Groot is such a menace at the front line. Like, if you don't have Emma or Captain America and Groot is available, 100% it will pivot towards him. It's all cool and all that you do have Magnetos, but like, you know, he's there to protect you. He's not there to, like, you know, divide the team up. He's not there to like provide the damage. Your damage is coming in from your Groot at all times. And right now, there is going to be a little bit of formal poke here and there. Human Torch doing a ton of DPS. It's just going to be keeping awake here. Got to be careful. Luna does go down quite low, but she soon gets taken out by Polgod. And look at that. Soon gets taken out on his signature pick, Venom here. And right now, there's going to be the lock away. They are going to start investing, keeping the rest of UTS away from the point. And UNSW, they are here early to this map.
Absolutely. You're going to see how they are going to be able to further their advances here. Vine Strike coming out from Polgod now, trying to keep the walls up there. Thornlash Wall prepared for battle. But got Human Torch ready to try and burn the symbiote there. Keep them as far away as possible. The damage is coming through, and Jason goes down. Nova going to be the better of the two evils.
Yeah, I think it wasn't the ideal play right there. The start of UTS, both tanks was just a little bit off angle. Carpet gets cleaned up as well. And now, Dance of the Butterfly, put on some pressure. Dinosaur Pillow is out of here, but you can see the rest of UNSW, they are going to take it nice and slowly. And by the time UTS does gather the whole team together, it's going to be way over 50% onto the point. In the meantime, they do have to battle through 5 ults coming in. They are going to have to invest everything they can and outlast the defensive right now, force something out of the way. So Jisoo and Dinosaur Pillow are going to probably need to do a little bit more work, but the thing is, they have no space to really move in just yet. So there is going to be the Eternal Bond. Here comes the dunk. Will they get one of the supports? It gets 2 instead, and Kabe gets that one. Supernova gets denied, and out of nowhere, UTS explodes onto the scene.
Bursting onto the scene there, and they will be able to take control. So good that they are able to solidify themselves onto the point, albeit after UNSW did manage to build up a grand amount of percentage here. But we'll see if they are going to be as eager to try and steal it back now. Trying to use the Vine Strike there, take on that frontal assault. Polgod ready and waiting. Does have the Ironwood Wall and the Thornlash Wall available here. Curious if they'll activate Strangling Poison, but Dance of the Butterfly gonna come through from Jason now. Hella down. Eternal Bond activated for Flowent as well. And it is going to be the pause coming through there after many a KO starting to build up from UTS here. It would appear that Nova has initiated the pause, so most likely something going down. And we'll see what is going to be on its way through in a second here. Very, curious what's going to be going on.
Yeah. In the middle of the fight with ults right there. What to do? What to do in this second? But things to consider. UTS was able to hold the point for a little bit, so at least they do build that up. But, you know, they are going to have a little bit of problem, right? When you do have Dance of the Butterfly come out and being caught off guard, this defensive ult's not available, and then, you know, off angle. So it's going to be a bad time. You know, the stopping meanwhile, as you can see on the pause, they've got the Luna right now. I guess Fate of the Two Worlds being invested is going to provide all that front value. But the one thing to make note of it is that at this stage, right, we still do have Groot at the front line, right? Groot buys the front line. And then you have the Human Torch burning up everything else. They set up a perimeter, and he gives a ton of presence to UNSW. They have room to maneuver, and Nova on their Psylocke is able to constantly harass and play on that off angle, or even play at the front line without too much being checked. On the side of UTS, I believe Dinosaur Pillow is on the Hela, and at this stage, it's just the aim is there, but the thing is, because they don't have room, doesn't provide Jisun and himself to actually play into it. Looking a lot for Kaibe and Soon himself to be providing the value into the dive, into providing the complete swing, the dive down, and then eventually coming back up, tank it with the E. But in the meantime, UNSW has a commanding advantage. So before we do come back from the pause, it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Yeah, I'm curious. I guess how both teams are going to be able to adapt heading into after the pause here, because a pause of this nature, right? It really can be a bit of a momentum shifter, because the teams might start to get a bit fired up, get a bit of a roll on, right, and then that all gets snuffed out by a pause. So it is unfortunate, that the tech issues come through, but they do have ways to take advantage there as well. So we thought, not yet, everybody, not yet. I definitely appreciate you bearing with us as well. Hopefully everything will be all good in a sec, everybody. But alas, we are now back in action. Here we go. The shots coming out. Kaibe, Jason are shutting things down on the point right now. Really solidifying the presence of UTS on the point. KO's coming through left, right, and center as well. But Assassin Main, they aren't giving up here. They're still in the sky. Do get swatted down, though. Kaibe hasn't had enough either.
Yeah, I think this is still going to be okay from the side of UTS. But, like, I think they were fortunate enough to pick a few of the targets from UNSW. So you did stop their advance. But it was a little bit worrisome because at any time, any moment, they could have all been taken down with their DPS being traded for nothing as well. Shout out to Kaibe. Really did just rush that right in the front. Eternal Bond right here. Dunk. No, does not get the aura here, but Jisun gets taken down by Nova. And there is a reverse dunk into here. Looking for it, but there's a bubble. That's fine, Floor win. They do want to quickly take down this whole side here. And you can see Dinosaur Pillow doing a whole bunch of damage on Goddess of Death. It's just enough for them to clean up. And UTS now doing the reversal. I don't think anything is going to be making it back in time. And they are going to lock that first area.
Absolutely. Gonna lock it down and lock it in on the frozen airfield. But let's see how it all goes down in the Super Soldier factory. Winter Soldier, where you at? Not here yet, but soon, hopefully. Maybe not. Maybe not. Nah. We'll see what happens in this one, though, everybody. Definitely excited for what's to come here. Both teams are going to be absolutely excited to get things underway here. I'm curious to see. We do have another ultimate or two on their way. I can see Lunar Snow close to activating. We do have Human Torch available, as well as Polgord very close by there. Eternal Bond Flowant looking pretty close with Dance to the Butterfly close by as well. So both teams are really doing a good job of building up here. But you know what I want to see, Em? I want to see more of the slam dunks. I want to see Meteor M come out from these Magnetos. If they can hit that, it's a game-changing ultimate. I just want to see them go to town and slam dunk on it.
Well, if we're going to be getting a little bit more accurate Meteor M's, like so far it's been pretty good, but Kaibe definitely winning that one because picking all the supports up. But meanwhile, look at Assassin Main. Just playing the keep away game, making sure that they do have it. Dance with the Butterfly. He gets dove in as well, but there's not enough damage. It's just going to provide a little bit of value. Jisun just wanted to offload it. In the meantime, here comes the dive. Supernova to drive it a little bit more. There's also the defenses being driven out by Assassin Main on the Supernova. It's just doing tons more. There is going to be the death of everyone else on UTS. And while it was a really good little bit of a stand-up, but I'll tell you what, at the end of the day, you let a Human Torch dance around and do everything that they want to, there is no shot of you trying to make it back in. Supernova remains one of the strongest ults right here. And once invested properly, you build up the DPS, you can start ignoring the defenses as well. And so, Dance of the Butterfly into reverse. News is gone. But we might be able to get a little bit more as Nova and Polgar, they are going to find 4 right here.
Yeah, great stuff coming out from them there. Going to be able to get on top of this one. Eager to see if they are going to be able to continue in this direction right now. Definitely holding it strong for the moment, but I mean, we saw something similar in map 1, right? And then UTS managed to bless the timeline. So curious what is on its way through here soon. Jumping into it, preparing themselves. Here we go, ults are coming out. Eternal Bond activated by Lick there. Soon, pretty close by as well. Meteor M comes out, but it's disabled. Will not be able to take control. But here's another Meteor M. Frost doesn't manage to get the execution out of that one. No KOs today. These Lunar Snows just doing work right now.
Yeah, it's a very unfortunate situation, but smartly played. And of course, Pogo and Yu Wang, the Wonies, got Milk News and Flower. That both of the healers are down. Nova gets taken out onto the side. Gotta be careful here. You're gonna stop you 3v3. Spectacular spin onto the back line. Finishes Lick by traded by Assassinate. He remains unchecked. There is nothing you can do against a Human Torch. That is just on absolute speed here. He says, you know what? You want to make it in, you're going to have to pay with your life. And he's got a Supernova instantly built so soon. Just wanted to off angle. And they're going to also invest the Iron War here. And right now, the keep away is very strong for Yin and SW. In the last 5%, we are just going to be pausing it one more time. And I got to remind everyone, Yin and SW lost that first little bit of a round. And UTS took it convincingly into the reverse. Right now, though, it's all Yin and SW.
Absolutely. UNSW calling their number in this one, hitting up that pause one more time. Like we run it like Daft Punk here. And we'll see if they are going to be able to celebrate and dance for free heading in to the unpause momentarily here. It's going to be a fun time ahead, Emp. But we'll see if UTS can bring it back, because considering the momentum at the moment, I reckon we might just be on our way to a 1-1 scoreline. You know, I think it definitely could be on the cards, which is kind of scary. You know, I felt like from what we gathered from Assassin Main, they weren't feeling too confident. You know, they were thinking like the game goes how it goes. Let's just play it. But then UTS, they seemed really confident, right? There's two opposite sides of the scale there. So very curious to see what will come of this and who will be able to come out on top. You know, I think it's going to be really fun to find out the outcome of this chaos.
Yeah, look, I agree as well. Like, UNSW, they said they weren't really here to play just yet because, you know, they weren't able to scrim as much and, you know, off angles, 3 different kind of players onto their team. I was a little bit curious to see what the performance is, but during the pick and ban phase, really worked in their favor. You know, usually we do have teams that will opt to constantly lock away and protect heroes of their main. You know, UTS last week was always paying very high, I guess, reason to the Venom. Usually we don't see the Venom being banned away, right? We've never had problems with Venoms. Minus here and there. It's like, oh, are we going to see a Spider-Man? Ji-Sun, though, started with a Psylocke, and now it's on a Spider-Man. Provided the value onto the trade for support. If you're a Spider-Man that can trade for a support in this kind of a matchup, you know, it's a win, right? Yes, you're a little bit off, but you always make it back before your support. And on top, if you can get an off angle to quickly snuff someone, that is going to be something that you can still do only on this patch, because next patch, no team ups announced just yet, could just be nothing. In the meantime, coming back into this game, that Human Torch has paid in spades, and I got so excited.
That excitement is just going to keep building up here. And we'll see what is going to be coming out of this one. Another pause to come through from Nova here. Apologies once again, everybody. You know, thank you so much for bearing with us here. And we should hopefully be on our way in just a second. Oh, there we go. And we are going to be UNSW on track for overtime right now. Do have Fate of Earth Worlds available, as well as many more ultimates. We'll see what they are going to be able to do. Fate of Earth Worlds, let's come out. Here's the Goddess of Death, Dance of the Butterfly as well. Everything just activating right now. But no KOs coming through. Dinosaur Pillow does fall though. And we do have another one. Fate of Both Worlds coming out over and over again here. It just keeps going on and on, Am, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think this is a little bit of a mistake coming in from UNSW. They were holding on to the ults and they didn't want to continuously finish up the job. And so now you give UTS a chance to breathe. Yeah, you were able to like reset yourself and get yourself to 99%. But Assassin Main right there, he had Supernova, he was staring and weighing up his choices. In that little bit of momentum, I think might just cost his game, so that still remains to be seen. UTS can look to be building a little bit more. Gotta be careful though, because Jisung is still on the Spider-Man, looking to maybe get a few targets off. It could be okay. And right now, there is the full play. Maybe they're just feeling confident. Jisung's gonna find you the one here, and that could be a problem, but it's gonna be traded. So I guess the timing is going to work out, but the thing is UTS gaining a foothold here on this map, especially. They are going to be playing the containment. They're going to start investing a little bit more into it. It means that, you keep attacking them under this cloak and dagger. Oh, they keep building that frontal line, and when they do have a little bit more, you're going to have more dunks coming in. So there is going to be another Luna, or just right now, they are going to find Flow win with the Dance of the Butterfly. You can see it. Everyone's just fighting the targets, and there is going to be the retake initiative. UNSW, I guess they said, you know what, we will just invest. Let's not hold back. We want to take it into the third round to contest against UTS, and that is respectable.
Absolutely, and I like this forward pressure coming out as well. Nova had the right idea there. They don't want to allow their enemies even a slither of a chance to get closer towards the point. So they commit a lot there, and now we run it back onto the Eldritch Monument. Third and final point here. We'll see who is going to be able to activate. We obviously do have the Fate of Both Worlds available for UNSW. Granted, most of their other offensive ultimates is going to be see you later, goodbye. But Meteor M is available for the UTS side there. Spider-Man ready to activate as well. I can see a lot of aggressive potential, right, coming out from UTS here. And that could be exactly what elevates them to take over the point and gain a lot of ground here. This could be dangerous for UNSW. But I mean, in saying that, having that Fate of Both Worlds available is just so big. Because if UTS just start blasting ults, they just activate the Lunar Snow, and then all the damage gets basically mitigated. So I guess it's a really tricky, fine line they have to play around, isn't it?
Yeah, it definitely is one of those angles, but here comes the angle from UTS. Double dive into Meteor M. It's going to be the play. You will see Soon and Jisung both just looking for targets. Spectacular Spin and Fist of the Beast can just come out right now, and they're just looking for targets. Oh, that was unbelievable. Jisung gets blinded right there. Here comes the dunk, and he finds nothing, and that's going to be phase one, right? That's something that you're going to have to be dealing with. Spectacular Spin right here. It's going to be watered, but it's not enough as Leak, Frost, Polgot, they are all going to be driven to the back, but a little bit more is going to come out. They are going to find the full white minus Nova. And what is one Psylocke in the face of a full team? UTS, they say, we are here to play.
Here to play and here to stay. Great to see them get on top of the point here. And eager to see what else they can do now. They've got the Goddess of Death available and pretty close by to Eternal Bond, as well as the Fate of Both Worlds again. So, curious what they are going to be able to bring here. Dance the Butterfly, though, would be turned on. I like the angle. There it is. Nova turns on Dance of the Butterfly, trying to slice through. Not going to be able to get anyone. The damage just not grand enough, but they do manage to slip away. So at least they've got that to play with here. But the KOs come out now. Dinosaur Pillow, Goddess of Death, finding the shots, but it's not enough to find much more. So one and done there, and Lick is good to activate. Flowent, though, jumping straight into that Eternal Bond, and we're into the pause. Time to breathe, Em. Time to breathe.
Come on. we signed up for tonight to not breathe. We signed up to keep on yapping away. This is not how we do it. But all right, I guess we'll catch our breath. It's just one of those things, right? When you guys forcefully give us oxygen, I guess we will just state our disappointment when it comes down to it. But I do have to say, currently is looking a little bit of a worrisome for Unit SW. Yes, you do trade out. Yes, you do like maybe do your diligence. But the thing is, UTS is consistently building their own. They're consistently fighting these forward fights now. And I have to give credit to Kabe and Soon right here. Kabe obviously just says, boost to the ground, no worries. Let me just keep on being healed up. There's no pressure onto me because I have double survivability. And sometimes my other survivability, I will give it to one of my priority targets, main healer. In the meantime, UTS found the success when it comes down to Soon and Dinosaur Pillar, right? You dive down, you buy some room for Dinosaur Pillar to go in and start inserting the thorns. And of course, Goddess of Death is always going to be a good one. Although that one traded off poorly, there's still Jisung to the side. When you do have a Spider ult, I reckon the philosophy right now for the UTS side, especially for Jisung, he's probably just wanting to quickly dump the ult and see where he goes. But what he got instead was he traded up for a team fight. That was a maximum value spin, which is working out tons of space. On the side of Unit SW, it's getting a little bit worrisome, right? We do have the Human Torch that was significantly strong from the first 2 rounds, especially from the last round. Right now, though, it's getting shut out completely just by Jisung. And it could be something that they might need to work around. Nova meanwhile is playing well still, but the thing is there's not enough opportunities for them to build around Pure God as well. So yeah, this is starting to be in that area where UTS is going to take that forward advantage and continuously to make sure that there's no build up on the side of Unit SW.
That's right. I have to try and take that forward advantage and really look to advance into the stars. Speaking of stars, where's our Star-Lord? I want to see Star-Lord tonight. Nah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. And no Kaya here tonight, as far as I'm aware. So maybe no Star-Lord. Unfortunate. But, we'll see what happens. Now, I'm keen to see what's going to cook out of this one. I think it's great that so far in this match, both teams have had a good slice of the pie. We've been able to see a lot of great momentum come out of both squadrons here, and very curious to see who will be able to take map 1, let alone 2, 3, 4, maybe 5. Now, we'll see what happens, everybody. We'll see if the players are ready to get executing again, get those KOs through. Hopefully nobody falls off the map in the meantime. No, we love to see it. Love to see it. It's just like seeing the Zeus in a certain other game. But we are going to be jumping in to this one now soon. Ready and waiting. Goes for the strike there. Jason prepared as well onto the Spider-Man. Good to get the webs up. Trying to chase down the Psylocke, but they do get punished for overextending. So, UTS now a player down now.
Oh.
And we'll see what is gonna come out of this one.
I was just about to talk about the bunny hop into 3 players, but I guess we won't really need to worry too much because to this day, I actually really enjoy Spider-Man, especially Spider-Man mains. I played a ton of Spider-Man, and I enjoy to see high-level Spider-Man action, especially if you love values from Necros himself, who keeps on pulling people off the map. And we do see them being activated here and there, although really rarely in a competitive state. Yeah. In the meantime, I guess SW, they are going to find a little bit of an edge. Trading a Spider-Man for nothing, they will take it. That's a yippee moment. But the thing is, it's still a little bit of problem for the group to get into the action, right? There is support. There's definitely things to give him value. But I feel like at this stage, and especially in this state of things, SW is still yet to find a footing. I'm not sure if they wanted to make any more switches to their comp just to counter a little bit more. I feel like DPS value-wise, although they are fighting this niche kind of a setup, the front line has been melted. Like, it's being in that really unreasonable spot for them. And I can't really put it to them as well because the tanks are trying to get in. It's just at what cost, right? Groot is a big target. Dinosaur Pillar is just at the back going, ha-ha! Like, it would just be a headshot all around. It's a headshot city. Nova, meanwhile, is also doing a bang-up job, trying to find isolation. But at this stage, It's just that what's going to be the play, and please, no more pauses.
We can wish. We can wish. We can pray. We can pray. And I hope that our prayers are answered. And I do want to say again, everybody, I really appreciate you bearing with us through these trying times. And hopefully we should be all good to go momentarily here. But first and foremost, I like what I'm seeing here. We do have, based on the limited visibility we have here, Meteor M is available. So really curious to see how they're going to be able to, I suppose, activate that one when we do head back into this. I feel like, you know, there's definitely some great moments you can find out of it, right? Sometimes, if you're lucky with your placement, you can even manage to out damage the Lunar Snow Ultimate there, Fate of Both Worlds. So definitely good to see well-placed shots like that come through from some of our players at times, and curious to see if that's going to be activating through again, heading into the next sector, whenever that may or may not be. But still curious, I suppose, what further compositions we might see, because we have seen the transformative nature of the heroes that some of these players have been picking into. I believe I saw a Wolverine on the horizon there, so I can definitely look to, you know, jump into the Last Stand, maybe even jump on for that Feral Leap there. Like it's going to be fun to see how they play into that one, whether we might find it reach its full potential. But speaking of potential, Imp, these players haven't even brisked the surface yet, because it's only map 1. This is just the beginning, you know? This is just the beginning, mate.
Look, I don't want to be that guy, you know, but I'm gonna agree with everyone in the chat and everyone, you know, that's played this game, and you, Matsy. We just want to see more game right now. Yes, we're gonna have some PC issue, but please, just no more pause. I want to, you know, get this hot action just completely into it. You know, I want to dive into it. I don't want to, you know, see another pause for tonight. And then on top, you know, you mentioned Meteor M being in play. I've in the current state of things with these pick and bans, when you do have Cloak and Dagger, I feel like they just negate things so well. One actual thought is when you see high level Cloak and Dagger plays, a lot of them knows how to bounce their shots, so they can look to just disable Dance of the Butterfly. They can be looking to just, you know, look at the Luna where they just play into the bubble and don't have to do anything else, and they just look at each other and clap each other, right? In the meantime, I think the biggest critique here is when you do play into Cloak and Dagger with anything that's like a one-shot value, because of Terror Cape, you you get blinded enough not to see anything, and that's one of the downfalls of any tanks or any massive carry DPS. But more than anything, that's only one avenue, right? Say for example, you know, Captain America that likes to dive, or Black Panther that just likes to dive, they just instantly get blinded and then they get beamed until oblivion. But more than anything else, there is still dark teleportation, which is the right click. You just dance around with that. Everything else is good. It's a little bit perplexing.
Absolutely. A little bit perplexing there, but whilst we investigate what is going on here, everybody, we are going to head to a break. Thank you so much for bearing with us. We will be back once we have an update on this situation, so stay tuned. Hey, welcome back, everybody, to the AEL University Elite Series for Marvel Rivals. Here with our third and fourth place matchup, UNSW taking on UTS, and we are so back, back in game. Thank you so much for bearing with us, everybody. And let's see if we can get into this game with a bang. A Meteor M is available, but it's the fate of both worlds that's going to keep them cooking. UNSW fighting through.
Well, there is going to be a kill on Dinosaur Pillow and soon for the trade of You Win the One. I mean, I guess he will take that, especially given that Pogo is still DC'd at this second. Meanwhile, the damage is coming through. You can see the room is happening. UNSW going to try to insert assassin main. Is going to be taken now. You can see that this is what I'm talking about. The double value when it comes down, when you do have Dance of the Butterfly train to get these guys down. When they look at each other, there's nothing to be played. Milk Deals gets taken out. It's going to be good, but the thing is, they need a little bit more. As this OT being played out, UTS is already back. Spectacular skin might just be invested. There is going to be teleportation, has been used, can be electing. There it is, spectacular spin. You win the one, and then instantly doesn't want to get taken out. There is going to be the swing out, and of course, does get the finishing. Assassin main is gone. Meanwhile, while there is a lot being picked up from the side of UNSW, they are going to get pushed off from this map. You can see how annoying Soon is just here. This says you don't even get to cap right this second. Meteor M's going to be invested. They are going to catch Nova. But at the same time, you know, it's just that there is no progress being made. UTS is still going to be here playing around. Meteor M looking for the dunk. Assassin making a lick. They're both down. And look at this Goddess of Death. It's just too much DPS. They're fighting all their targets. And it's going to be the win on the side of UTS.
Yeah, great stuff to come through from them there. Swung it back in the end, and we'll be able to bless the timeline with a map 1 victory. Great stuff coming through from the UTS squadron there. Milk going to be the MVP on Lunar Snow and ready to take that momentum in to map number 2.
Well, look at the damage right here. Assassin main, 30k. Most of it from the burn damage and the Pyro Prison. I believe he had a very successful game on the Human Torch, and was one of the primary driving forces. Nova, meanwhile, has played relatively strong, definitely causing a ton of grief onto the opposing side. If you look at UTS, you know, obviously they did have a better time when it comes down to it. I feel like when they comes down to the final swing, there was just not enough in the bag on the side of UNSW to be dealing with Soon and the Jisoo team up.
Absolutely. We'll see how they deal with it heading in to game number 2, though, right after this. Welcome back, everybody, to the AEL University Elite Series here for Marvel Rivals. Matzi and Emperor ZK ready to bring you in to map number 2 out of a potential 5. Definitely eager to see how this one's going to go down, whether we see UTS take this one out on top or push them towards series point, or whether we see UNSW amount to a comeback, bring themselves back from the ashes there and tie it up 1-1.
Well, this is my personal preference. When we do have convoy, it's always one of those things that proves your teamwork. How good is it? How much of it are you going to be able to bring? And is your team going to be playing together, or is going to be a scuffle? I think when it comes down to this, certain heroes don't want to be picked on. Like, there are certain things that you might want to restrict yourself, but more than anything else, you know what's one thing that really got to me last map, Matzi?
Tell me.
There was a potential for us to see a Wolverine with a Rocket team up, right? And I say the team up meaning you get the jump pack, and then when you do abduct someone, you can just fly with them, right? I've always been a personal fan of that combo. It does a ton of isolation to the front line. In the meantime, we do have the pick and bans phase coming in, and I don't think it's gonna change all that much unless they want to start locking away group. But the thing is, that did not prove to be the biggest problem. I think Human Torch might be in contention here. UNSW starting with a Loki ban, that's going to be fine. Sort of like Ramir. There you go. There's the Human Torch ban. They realized, UTS said no more Torch, no more for you to be playing to it. Once again, protecting the Psylocke for Jisun, and I think that's going to be a smart choice. It's more the likelihood that you might want to be doing something like that. In the meantime, hey, Iron Fist is going to be protected, and at all costs, these hands are going to be rated E for everyone.
Absolutely, and you're going to see how things play out now. Cap are going to be banned out of this one. See you later, Captain America. And let's see. Ooh, Venom going to be kept here. See the Venom in the last one. So curious to see what else is going to be on the horizon here. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised that they let Psylocke get through. Like, I thought Psylocke was a pretty big impact hero, but clearly UNSW aren't too worried about it. So curious to see what is it going to be on its way from this one now. The last 2 bans come through. We protected the Invisible Woman, and now someone else has to go. It's a soldier. See you later.
Yeah. I think both sides opting to play Psylocke is going to be okay. At this stage, opting to protect into Invisible Woman, I think it's a much smarter choice. Cloak and Dagger was a bit of an issue for both sides because they both have Magnetos. Locking away the Bucky here, yeah, there you go. Cloak and Dagger also being highlighted here. Dark Teleportation. I think the Dark Cape has also been providing tons of problems for the front line, and I can respect that one. But looking at the team ups here, it's not as wild as you will wish that you will be. Both sides have opted to do 1-1-1, and I feel like it might be into one of those stabilized meta comps that both sides knows and loves to play, right? When you do have your Venom, your frontline that dives constantly, and then just in case they can throw in a Spider-Man onto the back. UNSW, meanwhile, I think it could be a good angle. They do have the Punisher that's going to be okay on both offense and defense when it comes down to it. But wait, you might get your... Okay, never mind. I thought you were going to get your wish come true here. I did see a Star-Lord hover, but it is going to be denied. There is going to be the Punisher. There is going to be a Jealousy hovering to the Rocket. Unlimited bullets is always a good time. And yeah, for the side of UNSW, I'm not as worried into it. I am a fan of how they are going to be trying to play it. And of course, everything lies down on the value of this Iron Fist, right? Iron Fist can look to quickly shut a lot of things down when you have the dedicated pressure that's going to be relieved. With that Lunar Snow to share the stage with you, you can wreak a lot of havoc, and they have realized, and look at this Hunt. He knows that there are players here. He knows Soon's around. Doesn't want to be played into any of the dives.
Absolutely not. Do not want to be playing into the dives there. Want to stay online and stay thriving here. We'll see if they are going to be able to stay on top of this one or get KO'd out at UNSW. Good to push the points so far. No one really stopping them until this mid section. Like how Iron Fist here is doing a good job of getting in their face as well. But in the meantime, KO comes out on the Jason there. So decent start from UNSW here, and Nova looking to further that as well. Lick goes down but comes back thanks to the rocket passive there. Jaloshi doing a good job so far. Let's see. They are going to be able to take it one step further. Nova goes down. The defenders now finding their footing here. But the amplifier is up. And this is exactly what they might need to get over the line.
Well, gotta be very careful here. They are all being stuck onto Su here, and we do have the Meteor. Not really gonna be finding anything, but Nova and Lick, they're both gonna be out of here. You didn't stop you. While they had a really good start, they are being pushed away. A little bit of a key problem where you don't want to be seeing onto the push. I feel like the objective could have been played a little bit more better, but I think, you know, contrary to what's happening, there is a little bit of discontention coming in, especially when they all got stuck too soon. Like, that's always a bad time, you know. You give way too much value to the Venom, and then right after that, because all of you are stuck and bunched together, the DPS stacks on. It gives you no value in the end, and you can see it. They want to aim for the backline. And so the Butterfly with the Iron Fist, they say, how much more do you have? You can see all of them. They are stacking. They say we can just cancel it out. But Thanos Appeal, he gets taken out. Triple Town Hall, baby. I mean, Living G is here to stay. They are going to interrupt the Meteor M. No more dunking, but the flanking is still pretty good. Assassin main is going to get taken out, but Flowing gets taken out for the reverse. One support here gets taken out, and then Wayne the one gets taken out as well. Jisoo wants to do himself a little bit more. Gotta be careful, but just like that, gets sniped.
Sniped out, and the KOs come through. Uh-oh, it's amplifier time as well. Nova, good to find Venom there, and his Punisher ult activated here. Assassin main and Go just committing hard to this push right now. They are doing everything they can here. Finding Dinosaur Pillow. Good to escape there for Nova, but they do manage to get the Fate of Both Worlds activated just before they can lock in. Meteor M coming through as well. Oh! Double down! Both supports are out of here! And there's more to follow! Goddess of Death goes down! And UNSW pushing!
Oh, wow. What a play. That dunk was just amazing. Coming in from the side of UNSW. I feel like Frost, he was just channeling, he was looking, he was also baiting to give him the false illusion. Says, oh, I'm not looking at you guys. And then I am. And then I'm not. And then both of you go down. You know, it's just beautiful. Meanwhile, Nova and I guess Frosty right now, they have a commanding little bit of an area to attack. You can see Soon trying to get himself in. But Frost finds Jisoo first. That's a little bit of bad news. Meanwhile, this is going to be the dance of the butterfly to just completely haunt the front line. Because when your supports are looking at each other, your front is going to be neglected. And UNSW, right now, they are just finding all... Oh my god, they are finding all the picks.
Finding all the picks and locking it down. Let's see what is going to be coming out of this one. Heals coming through right now. Frost trying to engage here. See if they can force their way through. Force them over the top. Here we go. Ultimate coming out. Does get shut down by Dinosaur Pillow. Good KOs coming out here. Uh-oh, it's Punisher time. Meteor M comes out, but it does absolutely nothing. It all goes out of town. Milk going to be shut down in the meantime, however. Dance of the Butterfly activated as well. Everyone is locking it down. Jason, last player standing. And they are ripped apart. So, a successful second push now towards UNSW. One checkpoint to go.
I do call they bought themselves a lot of time with this composition. And of course, when we have the convoy, we also have the turret. Being mobilized here, you can see Assassin main going to be very happy to provide those value. Dinosaur Pillow does not get to play this game. Nova finds that kill nice and easily. Meanwhile, there is a switch. Kaiba is going to be on another dance of the butterfly onto the back while they were trying to focus on each other. Guess what? Your support are all out of here and the combos are coming in. Nova's aim is on point, and this competition, I guess, is just going to be brought into his knees. 2 minutes and 26 remaining with everyone from UTS being reset here. Milk News might just have to quickly just go in or buy a little bit more time for them to get activated. Dinosaur Pillow onto the switch onto the Namor. Doesn't really get to play the game just yet because being completely shut out. The DPS not going to be working on Kaiba. Gets taken out. Front line. That's going to be looking at everything else. Frost goes down. Dinosaur Pillow still the same thing. Gets traded, but the revive is going to be coming in from Frost as well. They are looking for this backline. Jisoo desperate to bring something back into it. Looking for the rocket. Not able to finish with the full combo. Survives. Looking to take Nova down, but it's quite low himself. Quickly escapes. Soon looking for the dive angle, trying to get in. Amplifier coming in. The damage also being brought through. Invisible boundary is coming in, but the whole UTS backline support, they are gonna be cleaned up here, and there is nothing else more to be said, to be done. UTS gonna be wiped off the map. They want to quickly get it, and they will get the cap.
That they will. Cap goes down, and it's time for the side switch. Let's see if they are going to be able to lock this one down now, as we have plenty of fun times ahead of us here. But it's time for UTS to lock in and see if they can take it all the way here on Yggdrasil Path. Let's see what is going to be happening for this one. Already liking some of the picks on their way through. Penny Parker looking pretty good. We got Magneto as well, combo in there. Namor coming out of this one could be a pretty fun one to deal with. I think that they might actually have a bit of difficulties, to say the least, dealing with this one for UNSW here. So curious how this push is going to go. But Namor not going to be the one. It's going to be Ella for Dinosaur Pillow here. Blow it on Invisible Woman. And a more to follow.
Yeah, this is one of those issues where we have to think, right? When it comes down to the UTS composition is great, it's not excellent. You know what I mean? Like, I think one of the key factors here, UNSW, when they had this Iron Fist with Assassin main, like Yu Wang the One, like he has just provided so much value with Nova. Getting this dive so soon, opting to get the Penny Parker into off-tank with Kaiba and provide that value, I feel like, yes, it's great that you're going to be able to shut down some of the dive potential, but, you know, the amount of times that they were able to get away with it is still a question that needs to be answered. Because while Penny Parker is going to be one of those to provide, never mind, the value is already going through. You were the one has to be reset over here, and you can see it, Jisoo having the one-on-one gets clapped away. They did find the early values. They do say, we're going to take that one away, and putting tons of pressure back out. The thing is, they get themselves punished as well, trying to get the lock. But, you know, it's just not as clean as you would have liked. Meanwhile, there is going to be a kill on Jealousy, but Floyd and Dinosaur Pillow gets traded for Kaiba, giving his life for the cause as well. Means that they have to be careful. They have to wait for a little bit more. Nova can just keep on playing the tag game and provide that value. And you can see it soon. In the beginning, when you're a Penny Parker, we're in the off tank, you got nothing else to say in front of some DPS that just likes to give some slaps.
Just like to snap it through, and let's see if they are going to be able to pull it through now. UNSW taking a lot of damage. Jason jumping straight into it. Uh-oh. And here goes the amplifier. Frost and Co. ready to stop them in their tracks. Kaiba KO'd there. And a dance to the butterfly comes through to finish the job. So, a great activation coming through from UNSW. They will force them back and bide their time a little longer.
Yep, it's still that same kind of a composition problem that I see it. And, you know, as much as it is still going to be okay, like, this timer needs to immediately spill something else. They need to cap. They need to get something out, and as the backline keep on worry and, you know, having to switch 180 every single fight, you know, it might prove to be fatal to them. Meanwhile, Soon does have an ult and might just be getting the sweep in. I feel like it's still just that decision coming in from the side of SW working out. Jealousy gets traded here. Might be okay with Dinosaur Pillow, but the dunk is not gonna find anything, and here comes the reverse into the meteor end, and they are also not gonna find it, but it's still gonna be the containment unit SW. They are gonna start losing the core members. There's gonna be a sweep, and the Dance of the Butterfly gets reversed in, did not completely. And you can see the side of UTS, they started to get a little bit desperate. They found the back line, they found everything else, and they are still trying to lock him down. But you can see the side of resilience coming from Unit SW as Living Chi gets in, gets a little bit of reset, and he's not being touched at all.
And here we go. Big damage coming through there from Iron Fist. They do manage to find the KO on it to Milk. Looking for more around the bend as well. Flowant though, activating the ultimate there. Dinosaur Pillow going to be good for it as well. Amplifier coming up here. Trying their best to lock in. Eggs going down as well. Get those mines up. But that turret is just doing all the work right now. The team is doing their best to maneuver around it. Dole them out. But they have a hell worth of problems right now.
Yeah, that final judgment pushes them all off. Frost finishes off soon. Dinosaur Pillow goes down, but there is going to be the trade with Assassinate. But you know what the problem is? 24 seconds left onto the clock. There is no suitable answer on the side of UTS, and you can tell that they are a little bit surprised by this composition that's worked out for them. Yes, they were able to keep away the Iron Fist in the beginning, but right now, the monster has been unleashed. They're being forced to check every single fight to see just how much support they can be bringing in. Soon, Miwa's back into the Venom, trying to play a containment, trying to get out Meteor Ammo to the side. You when the one's finally gone. Meteor Ammo though, find some kills here. The OT being brought back. Dance of the Butterfly, desperate to get everything else in. They're gonna find Sesame, but Flowant is gone. Here comes the Iron Fist, ready to keep on popping in. Still alive until now. Kaibe finds the finish, but here comes the Amplifier. And that value consistently proves to be a problem on the side of UTS.
Consistency is key, and let's see if they are going to be able to break a free. Jalosha goes down there. Jason taking care of business. Dinosaur Pillow on the Star-Lord, doing work right now. And let's see if they are going to be able to push it over the line in OT. It's a tough one ahead of us, but not an impossible one. They're having big challenges on the point, but there you go. They managed to shut him down. Oh, Fate of Both Worlds comes out. This could be the big moment. UNSW getting on point, dealing all the damage right now. Little do they know, the Galactic is now available. Dinosaur Pillow can activate that one at any moment, but do they need to? Flowant with the ult is putting the hard yards in there. KO's coming through. No Galactic required. They just need to get this KO, and that is going to be pushing it over the line. What a fight that's been, Eb. But they managed to keep holding on.
I'm a little bit speechless. That final switch might have just done it. And now you can see UTS maybe finding the groove, and they are looking to find that shutdown. Now with a little bit more time onto their side, this second line is a hard contestant point, especially given that they were wiped off and just how fast they were wiped off. Galactic might just be invested quickly with Jisoo to try to finish off the rest. Here he goes. You guys, you want to play a little bit? There's the Butterfly onto the side. They are going to just wombo in. And as you are going to try to dive out back, I tell you what, we're here to stay. And you can provide that value to try to buy some more time. Gotta be careful. You get wiped here means that there's no more contention. And Nova gets wiped here. And there is going to be a little bit of a fly. Oh, Living Chi onto the back. This says, hang on to my Living Chi. I've got the Terror Horse preparing with his fist. Meanwhile, he has brought back the time. They're gonna also find a kill to Flowant. That's not a good news you want to be seeing onto the pushing side. And he's still living. This man is just unleashing the fist of fury. And he is so annoying to deal with.
So annoying to deal with there. And we'll see if they are going to be able to find a way around it. Kaibe goes down. I thought they were going for the Meteor M there, but it's not going to be happening today. Nova Frost activating with the amplifier there. Good to force them back. Just under a moment to go here. Just under a minute, and we'll see if UTS is going to be able to push on through into this one. They do have Meteor M available. They almost have Invisible Woman's ult as well, but it's going to be a tough challenge ahead of us here. Dwayne the One trying their best to hold on. But it might not be enough. Speaking of enough, though, they're getting into it. Here we go. Lick has activated. Jumping in. Meteor M gets it downtown. Slam dunk. Exactly what you need. Frost is locked in right now. This is the momentum you're after. That Dance of the Butterfly coming through as well. Countering Suit. And Nova keeps them hanging on for UNSW.
Wow, that was just way too much pressure to be dealing with. Meanwhile, Fist of the Beast can be coming in there. It's going to be that. It does find Lick though, but at what cost? Got to be careful. That front line's going to be blasted. Dinosaur Pillar goes down because the turret was just being set up. Meanwhile, the reset is still going to be a good flow and punch Nova. And as you're going to be trying to dunk this into one, that's not fun. The value gets pushed back. Hang on a second. This OT. We're not done just yet, as we are going to eventually scrape by. Once again, that portal gets opened up. You ain't the one providing the value, the annoyance, the semblance to the targeting team onto the side. He delayed this play. Meanwhile, UNSW trying to work out through the gate flow and looking to be containing this with the Strange. Frost Heap has quickly switched off, and they do want to be playing. There comes the Amplifier. It's not being taken out just yet, so Final Judgment come in. There is going to be more Living Chi. The Wombo is still working in their favor. UTS being wiped off here, and it's just going to be soon. And he also goes down. That OT is going to be done, and it's going to be UNSW taking this second map.
Absolutely. That is going to be map number 2. Locked and loaded. We are going to a minimum of 4 maps now, Amp, as they've tied it up 1-1. Frost will be the MVP. Strange time. You'll love to see it. In a fight of desperation, they try to push it through, and that is going to be map number 2. Over and out. My gosh, SVP going to be Jason there. Well deserved. They did a lot of work for their team on that Psylocke, but they were Psylocked out of that map. So, a really nice comeback from UNSW, getting into the thick of it, getting into the groove, and they managed to bust a move and take a map of their own.
I think core, I guess core composition here was definitely a problem for the side of UTS. While they were able to remain confident in their picks, I feel like because of the protect in the beginning onto just that Iron Fist, it's brought this game into an unplayable state for them, right? I mean, every time they were trying to contest with this Iron Fist, they were just being shut out. Sometimes they were able to maybe find something, but look at the man, it's 32-9, right? 21k damage. He's not the highest DPS right there, but he was definitely the one to completely do a 180 into the whole UTS side. They kept on trying to go forward, but then they had to look back. Even that includes the DPS. How many times did we see Dinosaur Pillar hover forward, hover backwards, just to provide that defense value for themselves to try to quickly get them away, right? But then you have to look at the front. When you look at the back, that front turret is going to come at you, and right after that, Final Judgment, Living Chi, Dance of the Butterfly, the pressure value is just way too much.
Absolutely. Going to be a bit too much there, and definitely excited for what this next map is going to bring here, Emp. I think it's going to be a pretty fun time. You know, we've seen the potential, seen the momentum from both rosters now. 1-1, all tied up. It's going to be a fun one ahead of us, and I am just super duper excited, honestly, for what map 3 and there beyond is going to bring, because it goes to show both of these teams have it in them to just take it all the way. And I reckon maybe I was talking about a potential of map 5 in the initial stages of the broadcast, Tim. I feel like, maybe we might actually get there. And I feel like our grand finalists might not be too happy about that. But, they'll get their turn. They'll get their turn.
Well, yeah, I guess, hug your pillows for now, because you might need it. We ain't done with the action just yet. 1-1, the score is going to be tied. Now comes the next question. Do you still want to opt to ban away the Human Torch and unleash the Iron Fist onto the next one on the Convergence? I mean, that could be something into a play, but then I still feel like that Human Torch is still the biggest issue here. But if you have Hela protected, I feel like that's going to be negated, and that might be a little bit different. So, you know, all credits to them. This comes the pick and ban. Loki, ban away first. And this one now, it'll be interesting to see what UTS said. No, they say Human Torch is still the bigger problem. We'd rather play against the Iron Fist instead. And right now, that could be, oh, they're going to find the Emma here. So I like where this is going. It means that Emma Frost is going to be opting to just quickly provide the shield value. And of course, when it comes into the crystal form, might be able to grab the Iron Fist away. So that could be in an angle that they're playing into. And of course, you know, in a sub, you say, well, you know, if you're going to be played that way, we're happy to protect the Iron Fist. It's going to be the high priority value that has been a problem that you have not yet solved. And it remains to be seen because Emma Frost is a tank, can't really be hovering at the back, especially on convergence here and there. If you do give up the front, you know, well, I guess your front just completely collapses. And right now, they are going to deny Soon's primary pick here, which is going to be quite interesting.
Yeah, great to see that they are locking it out there and looking to lock in something further. But you know what I do notice immediately? No Psylocke pickup instantaneously. I think that perhaps they've realized that because both teams are picking it, they don't need to lock it in. Because if they just leave it, no one's going to ban it. Right? Right? Well, maybe. But I do like the adaptation coming through now, because we've seen Emma Frost and Winter Soldier be banned out in previous compositions, but now they're open for business. Seeing the Kraken impact be available to these teams really could be a big game changer here. And excited to see how that Bionic Hook comes into play as well. You know, I just love it, honestly. It's so dangerous seeing that Bionic Hook come through. Combine that even with a Wolverine or something crazy like that, and you really could see some potential there. But, you know, there it is, Eb. I was talking about Psylocke being not locked out. Well, now it is. It's been fully banned. Going to be countering out Jason there. They realize they've been playing into that pick very commonly. But now they're jumping on a ban themselves, UTS. They're banning out that rocket, so no more amplifier action.
I can respect this kind of pick and ban. It's acknowledging each other's strengths and weaknesses. And so, in the meantime, UTS is going to be electing to have, well, Gamma Squiz. Gamma Squiz are here. They are going to be staying. There's still going to be Hela that's could be potential to pick up if they do opting to do something crazy. But at this stage, you know, both sides electing to not, well, I guess only one side electing not to be playing around with a Psylocke. I think it's okay. Right, like whether she is good or not on your team composition is one thing. It's just that when she builds and how much survivability she does have, it might like play into that wombo. Right, every time they got womboed, it was irrecoverable because you have to deal with Dance of the Butterfly on top of either Turret or Final Judgment, and that was on top with the Living Chi. Right, there's nothing that you can be really dealing with when it comes down to it. The composition from SW has to be providing the value. So Rocket being shut out here is not a surprise. But at the same time, same could be said. If they do knock out Rocket here, it might be a little bit of a problem on the side of UTS, because I feel like Rocket and Punisher on the defense here can be quite strong as well, especially on convergence where you need to cap certain points and chokeholds. Like, it's better to have a Punisher onto the off angle just in case, but it could also be a personal preference. So here comes the play. Frost instantly at the front.
Instantly at the front and looking to push them down to the back. Let's see how they stack up for this one. I like how UTS have got Hulk as well as Groot here. I think this is going to bring a big potential. Gamma Squid's coming out as well. Namor, certainly one that can deal a lot of damage from above here. Lots of damage onto Yuang the One there. See if they are going to be able to aggress them down. I love this nullification. They're just immobilizing Magneto right now, but here we go. Knocked down to Bruce form. That's going to be an issue, and soon goes down already. Things starting to fall apart here for UTS. UNSW pressing on into it. The wall's coming up. They are doing the best that they can, UTS, to keep them off this point. But uh-oh, it's Kraken impact time. They're going again, trying to hunt down Luna Snow, but the Fate of Both Worlds is going to be able to keep them alive a while longer. So the fight must continue.
And Milk News, will you stay alive here? The answer is yes. Frost, his Meteor AM gets denied right here. Eternal Bond also invested on top with Milk this Fatal both throws. Both Cracking Impact and Invisible Boundary has been invested here. Gotta be careful. Jisoo might be able to build this. I gotta say, Dinosaur Pillow gets shut out here. It's bad news because you're looking at him primarily to be playing the shutout. Meanwhile, Carpet goes down. Goddess of Death gets channeled. And this is going to be a hot contest. As much as Soon can be providing the value, you know, he's pretty much just one tap right here, especially Goddess of Death to provide the backup. Didn't even need that whole complete package, but they are going to be investing in unit and stuff. They are going to be contesting, getting that first point captured. Now comes the delivering part. I feel like, you know, the problem remains to be seen. Yes, you give up the first point, that's going to be okay. Isolation is also going to be great, and there is going to be a pop onto the shield, but the thing is, there is going to be a stop when you win the one, and there is going to be a punishment, but this is just the beginning. He's going to be just fine. As Assassin Main was just a little bit too forward, gets punished.
Here we go. Jumping in again here, Frost. Prepared on the front line. Kaibe, one in the same. Ready to tangle things up. There we go. It's Groot time. They manage to activate onto the strangling prison there and do a great job with it. So, Jason and Co are going to be able to stop the flow of that attack for at least a moment there. Good to see that they can string themselves into action, but there's still more where that came from, isn't there, Amp? And we'll see if they are going to be able to activate once again now. Soon, ready and waiting. Hulk smash time. Does have the World Breaker available if they want to use it here. Jumping straight onto the back line there. Getting the hits through one after the other. In the meantime, Nova does manage to get it over the top as well. Soon, good for more. Meteor M comes out. Frost finds Flow End, but Fate of Both Worlds comes out. Might be too little too late, but at least it keeps the remaining members alive a while longer. Kraken Impact could be on its way in a sec as well. Here comes the Goddess of Death as well, though. Nova trying their best to get shots through that wall. I mean, it'd be the death of them, but there you go. They managed to push ahead on the fight and will continue to force the point forward.
Yeah, it's a good effort when it does, you know, work and last for a little bit, but the thing is, you know, right there, yes, you stop that front line. Yes, you're able to isolate some fights, but then right after, you know, there's just too much to be dealing with. Way too many ults that the side of ETS has to be dealing. Jisoo gets punished by Nova here, and it's the Hela value that I was talking about in the beginning. You are going to be getting both Bucky and Hela onto the field. Kaibe gets taken down, and we're looking at the reset. Kraken Impact. Looking for the second one, does nothing just yet, but it's going to be just one. It means that the second point is still highly contested. You can see the jumps being activated by the super. He is just stuck into the corner. Doesn't really get anything out, but he gets... Oh, he eventually gets taken down. But yeah, I don't feel like there's enough of a value to be dealing with it. The problem has completely been activated. UTS right now being put into check here. They had to put Namor out to play to try to deny you win the one. But the thing is, you know, all aspects of that frontline has just dissipated. They don't really play the Venom. They are just completely coming in and out. They are being taken apart. Meanwhile, you know, there's plenty of time. There's still 3 minutes left onto this map. Jisoo, meanwhile, looking to maybe get a hook in, but there's not too much visible boundary onto the side as well. It's just going to guarantee this invasion. Meteor ammo to the side, but that Proteus Horn finds 3. It's a huge play, and you have to be fighting a little bit more to it. They don't get the full shutdown, but it will do just fine.
They'll do just fine and ready to be primed up and ready for action here. Let's see. They can land the shot. Dinosaur Billow ready with the tridents there. They are going to fall off for a second longer now. Kaibe ready and waiting soon. Prepared for this one. Walls come up. Good from Kaibe to isolate, but here comes the Eternal Bond. Josh doing their best to keep their team up and get some damage through. Jason finds the Iron Fist there. Looking at it more, does have the Kraken Impact as well, so could be a bit dangerous here, but they haven't needed to turn it on yet.
Gotta be a little bit careful here. While you are doing quite well, you know, you gotta respect this maximum brute war that can come out. And just like that, you know, there is UTS fighting a little bit more group, but Nova snipes Dinosaur Pillow from afar. You don't want to be seeing that one just yet, but in the meantime, that pressure is going to be completely pucked back into SW. You went the one. He is just going to the front. He spots his target, instantly provides the value with Nova. And when you have Milk News being taken out, Goddess of Death gets completely activated. You might be okay here and there, but that back line, that front line are all going to be melted. Not enough to be provided into the value. Nova dancing on the targets here. And this is something that you have to worry about if you're a UTS. While you do find those value picks, while you do find the nice wombo combo, there is still just too much pressure to be dealing with. And this Iron Fist is unstoppable.
Unstoppable and ready to go here. Let's see. Here comes the Meteor M, trying their best to dunk on it. Oh, they landed! Good fight, Jason. That's a massive pick onto the Winter Soldier from downtown. And let's see if they can find some more out of it as well. Here comes Hulk Smash. World Breaker available as well soon. Just destroying, rip and tear everything in their path. Let's see if they can manage it here. Fighting on time and time again. Invulnerability bubble comes out from Dinosaur Pillow. And there's the internal bond. Keeping this point activated, keeping it alive. They've got the portal coming from downtown as well. I'll try to swap them out of it. But it's not enough. The fate of both worlds. Kraken impact. It's all happening, Eb. There's no stop button in this fight. It just keeps go, go, go.
Oh my god, on the side, Jisoo is going to be able to win that one out, and out of nowhere, I guess this OT is finally going to be brought into a close. UTS, although they denied the full cap, it's a worrying distance. 113.72 M. I don't know what to say, right? That portal could have worked out. There was the boost into the damage, but the angle was just off, and you can tell both side Bucky had the same idea. They said, you know what? We are both just going to do our job, quickly press that Q and insert those impacts in. It's good, but it's not enough. I think at this stage, it's still a hot contention. If they are able to ensure that Dinosaur Pillow is going to be well protected with Jisoo, I guess that could be something. But the thing is this, right? Gotta be careful. Flowen and Milk News, they have to keep up that front line, especially because Soon is on a Hulk. Hulk is great. He does have a shield. But the thing is, right after that, right after the shield, he needs more protection. He's going to jump in and out. And that shield doesn't last that much damage, right? You tap like 4 or 5 times with your DPS together, it's pretty much done. And he provides that value, that's it. Right? And then afterwards, right, UTS healers gonna have to think about anything else. Dinosaur Pillow has to look and see when his cooldown is going to be back up. Has to quickly provide the squid values to shut out you when the one. And this could work against them. Meanwhile, we don't really get too much of a change in terms of team competition. Their compositions are pretty much going to be the same. If SW finds any groove into this containment, it's going to be bad news for UTS.
Really bad news, isn't it, Amp? And we'll see if they are going to be able to find a way in. A big portal coming around the back and looking to take it from above, but they were already going to be caught in that little point there soon. Tucked down to Bruce form. KO's coming out in abundance here. UNSW are oh so prepared for this one. And UTS are struggling to find an in. They're forced all the way back to spawn. It's time to reset and have a go again in a moment. But wow. I'm really impressed with how prepared they were there, Amp.
Yeah, the Q, well, the sound Q was already there. You can see you went the one quickly doing the trick that everyone wants to be doing on a rank. On a map like this, you can just hang infinitely there and load up your ult as well. And you can see Kyber, if they are being spotted, everything is here. Damage is going to be provided onto the side of UTS. They are trying to look at these targets. Assassin Man gets taken up by Dinosaur Pillar, which is going to be good. Here comes the Kraken impact. I believe he's going to be able to get a little bit more. Yeah, there he is. But I think that one's going to be missed. There's going to be the shield provider. So I don't think any more value is going to be coming in. And that is going to be the end of it. But in the meantime, you can see the white potential coming in from UNSW, right? While they say, yes, we'll give you the Hulk. We'll deny your Venom. And you are going to have your Gamma Squid. But you're going to get zero value out of it. You don't get to play anything else. We are going to find those kind of little bit of vantage points, that's going to make it really nasty for you. That hook is going to be good. And you wait the while, he's on the roof assessing when he wants to go down. Look at him just marking it. Here comes the E. He is going to quickly just get a little bit of extra health. Jumps in, jumps out, waits a little bit. There is going to be a hand of Khonshu onto their side as well. The Moon Knight coming in from Assassin main. He knows that they're going to be all crowded into one side. Strengthening Prison, Invisible Boundary can all be channeled. There is going to be one kill in reverse. The freeze is going to be okay, but Kraken Impact coming through. The value not provided onto their side because it is going to be from Nova. Resets upon resets. And once again, UNSW, they just find a lot of play, and they're going to also just... Not like that.
Not like that, but maybe like this. We'll see if they are going to be able to activate one step further now. Emp, Soon and Co. preparing, trying their best to get into the fray here. Kraken Impact are going to be available as well. Let's see if they can press up to this one. Not too much time left to go here, trying to shoot from above. This could be problematic if they find an opening here. Dinosaur Pillow doing their very best, but here we go. Trades already coming out left, right, and center right now. Curious to see who's going to be able to find the next one. They try and team up. Teamwork makes the dream work, am I right? But not when your enemy's all over the place. Speaking of all over the place, it's G time. You ain't the one. Going to be pushing them back. Good teamwork as well, locking those KOs down. And they managed to hit the hard reset with just over 30 seconds to go.
That's a bit of a heartbreak. You can see it. He was on 64 health. He just survives. Anything else would have been okay. Meanwhile, he's going to have to do this once again. Assassin main, 21%. It's going to be really quick to be beating up, already 33%. Here comes Meteor M, and there's a little bit of a team up right here. It does provide the coin value. And Dinosaur Pillow says enough. Here comes a little bit more damage. Does go into it. He's going to force Assassin main back. A Kraken Impact onto the side. Meteor M onto the back. Wants to find Luna, but finds nothing. Invisible Boundary also going to be just chatting in. OT does come in. I can see it. Sonic Seduction finds a whole ton of them. You turn the bottom to the side. Want to really just make that stand in. I feel like the desperation is starting to be way too much. And the Invisible Boundary once again. And you can see it. You won the one. How much pressure at the value. He's just continuously piling on. You make it in. Guess what? Now it's my turn. Galactic onto the side. Wants to lock it down. Does not get on until now. Nova Assassin main both going down. Getting the beam, but there is going to be the hand parry. It's going to be okay. Maybe they will just find it in the end as Frost gets taken out by Jisun, and he's going to be beaming this one down. They are going to wipe him, but there's the portal, and here we go again.
Here we go again. They finally managed to get onto the point here with a slither to go, but they haven't got it just yet. Execution's going out, however, could change that as they're forcing them up against the wall. But oh my gosh, they stepped off the point. Amp, what is this? They've lost it within the blink of an eye. I thought they were bringing it back, but no, they've brought it down. UNSW have taken map 3. I can't believe this. What just happened?
I think it happened. It happened. Everyone got off the point. Soon went for the grab as well, and everyone was just off. I think they were looking at timer and they said, "All right, I think we just capped it." But at the end of the day, UNSW, they remained strong onto the point. They played it to perfection. I don't know what else to say. I mean, those moments will continuously haunt you in your sleeves. But at the end of the day, there can only be one side to win. And just like I said, when you have one portal, there's going to be another one that brings it back. And that contestant did come back in soon. Quickly opted to go in. The swap was good. And 3 tanks come rushing in. Even if you get resetted, you're going to be fine to last. And just in that little bit of bloodbath, there was clarity on the side of UNSW.
Clarity was achieved, and they are going to be heaving themselves into the next map ahead of us. Definitely going to be an exciting one ahead as well. I believe it could be potentially Spider Islands, but who knows, Emp? We'll find out momentarily once we get our sources correct. But still, an exciting match. 1-2. It's corn to 3 maps. We're on for 4. And UNSW have brought themselves back for series point. Like, can you believe this?
This is why this is grand finals day, right? You came here to bring your A game. You came here to play, and there was things that needed to be adjusted. And while UTS looking primed and ready to go from map number 1, map 2 was a problem. Map number 3 is now getting worse. And I feel like UTS has yet to respond properly. The side of UNSW that have elected to say no too soon, you don't get to play. And then they say, if we're going to be protecting the bucket to be playing around, there's going to be a lot more. And I feel like the options were very, very broad. Meanwhile, on UTS, they focus very heavily to try to deny you Wayne the one, which is the biggest cause to all these problem breakdowns. And I guess the pick and ban phase is going to be completely changed right now. There's probably going to be a primary focus onto it. But in the meantime, if they continuously say, all right, let's get the pick and ban phase, we're going to protect or ban away your Iron Fist, it means that you're going to let anything else out of the gate. And there it is. Here comes the problem. Loki gets banned. In reverse, it's going to be the Iron Fist because there's just too many problems. Can't deal with it. It means that there's too many options that can be protected. You can have your Emma Frost, you can have the Captain America, you have your Groot. On the DPS side, you can protect pretty much your Psylocke, you can protect your Bucky, you can protect anything that you wish to play under. Invisible Woman can also be protected here. Hela's going to be protected from the side of UTS, which is a good respect coming out. Is one of the best DPSs out there. But look, just like that, Captain America's out of the gate. It means that you're going to have to be dealing with something else into the moment. They can still look to be locking away Sun's peak onto Venom. And that is one of the primary setups for them that brought UTS so much potentials in the beginning to give them the space and the team up. And in the meantime, exactly like I said.
Exactly like you said, the time's foretold, but we do see Captain America on the board this time, which is a big change from previous compositions here. So I'm actually really curious to see how the landscape of the match changes now that such a high impact tank is available. But speaking of high impact tanks, Emma Frost is also readily available here, Em. This is a pretty big deal, seeing 2 tanks like that into the mix here. Definitely eager to see how things go. But Invisible Woman, next one to join the show.
Well, I guess this could also be a denial of Psylocke here if they choose not to be playing it. Because there was a focus onto the Human Torch. 2 of the biggest, of the problems. NSW electing to say no more to Psylocke. In reverse, I guess they can also ban away the Rocket just in case of anything else. But if they do want to ban away a support like Luna, which, I mean, potentially is a little bit devastating here if they want to play into Adam Warlock. But looking at the composition, they might not need to. Oh, I guess we're going to say no to Jeff the Shark. I mean, this is a wild ban. If it's targeted specifically to someone, I have yet to see it. But in the meantime, having a Jeff being locked away just says, well, I guess we want to broaden this perspective a little bit. And we're happy to be dealing with the pressure. And now here comes the classic matchup. You have Magneto and you have Emma Frost. In the meantime, NSW, they have plenty of options. Captain America and Magneto to be playing to this. I'd rather be dealing with an Emma Frost than a Captain America. And Nova with a Black Panther, it's a good pick. If they do wish to be playing into it, I'm not sure fully on how much potential we're going to be getting out of this value pick. Meanwhile, Black Panther makes rise up. Wakanda forever.
Wow, oh wow, and that's it. Wakanda forever, and eager to see how it goes down into this one. As we will be jumping in to this here map, Spider Islands. UTS on the defense, early stages here. Jason actually starting it off with the Star-Lord. You'll love to see it. Curious whether the Galactic is going to save them, but let's see what UNSW is going to cook now. Captain America already on a hunt. You the one ready and waiting around the corner. Let's see who's going to be able to garner up a storm, though. Start of the blizzard. So we jump into the thick of it. You the one already up in the back line there. Milking a bit of trouble, but they do manage to fall back just before they get in a dangerous situation.
That's what I'm talking about. When you have Captain America, he just brings that value in. Jisoo jumps through with his E with a bubble. Gotta be careful, don't get sniped here. They are gonna be investing with a clap, but Kabi gets taken down. Is gonna be a bit of an issue here. You can see just how much of annoyance and how much they are gonna be buying you when the one's still rather healthy. Now it can't be bubbled here as well. It's just there is no answer in your response just yet. Leak meanwhile playing on the Mantis, provides the buff and the complete power up. Look at this turret. Invisible boundary comes up. But what is that gonna be in when you have so much constant DPS just beaming you down? Yes, you're able to buy it. Here comes the Meteor AM. Doesn't find Flowen, but Flowen, the damage is just too high. Does not get anything else. Not to be played away into it. And this is also going to be a shutout. UNSW. This is a very clear contention. Their way they are playing tonight is unbelievable.
Absolutely. You know, we heard from Assassin Main early in the piece that they didn't even believe in themselves in the beginning there, but now I'm sure they're believing in the dream. They are looking to give it their absolute best here, my man. They are just going absolutely crazy. I'm curious to see how things go down now. As we jump in, they got a fasts available there. We'll be able to shut down many a player. Nova, good for the triple. And looking for more, but downtown, Jason has turned it on. It's Galactic time. Shuts down Assassin Main, so we're not going to see Final Judgment here. Galactic is shutting everything down, but it does get deactivated, so Jaloshi actually runs away.
In a close building map, trying to get Galactic with a rocket, that's not happening. It's very, very little chances. Meanwhile, gotta give credit where it's due. League quickly buffed You Win the One and Nova, right? Both of them goes in. Jealousy, yes, Sniper here could be a little bit of a problem. And here comes Meteor looking for the answers, but Final Judgment onto the side says you get denied. Soon taking a ton of damage, but look at that buff come through. Still not enough. Assassin Main gets snapped out of this one. Goddess of Death gets channeled. I feel like this is plenty of DPS that's going to be able to shush away the side of UNSW. But the thing is, like, great. You know, you're able to stop him in this second contestation. It's not everything just yet. It could be too little too late for the second point because of how much time is left. 3 minutes and 22 without the full team being reset. And You Win the One can still just be waiting for Leak as well. But Leak is going to be wisely backing away from the Mantis. They know that they keep on playing to it. They might just be not enough into the into the heals. While the DPS was strong, they have realized, you know, they do need a little bit more. Invisible Boundary is going to be here for the backup. There is going to be the Amplifier, Meteor AM onto the side, slowly just looking. There is going to be the bubble waiting for the damage, but the defense is going to be good. Sonic Seduction to the side. Jisun gets taken out. Soon also wanted a little bit more, but Nova gets taken out, and he is going to go down himself. Here comes Assassin Main, going to clean up the rest.
Clean up house here, ready to go, and Final Judgment almost available for Assassin Main as well. Does not get the chance though. Shut down, KO'd before they can get activated. You Win the One though, jumping in the back line, gonna be good to get a lot of damage. Here comes the Galactic. Jason's taking a lot of damage, but they're giving out so much more. Just look at the heap of bullets. And they will find 2 out of that one. Almost on track for a third. Wow, they're getting a bit keen there, but they don't manage to find Frost until now. There's the delayed triple. And they will be able to ripple ahead. 2 minutes to go for UNSW now. And they are having a much more difficult time.
Well, I think the solution has been found on the side of UTS. They were finally able to power up Jisun, getting the value that he deserves and the angles, of course, even though it's a little bit dangerous. You can see UNSW, they are primed for the backline once again. don't really be caring for anything else. And there is gonna be the Captain America going straight into the front. There's gonna be the back. Oh my god, that could have been so dangerous, but nice to know from Soon. There are also gonna be flying Kaibe. Never gets rest. Final Judgment fighting the targets. Gonna get above as well. Invisible Belgium to the side. They're gonna have to try to fight it, but behind the trees. Yes, you know where she is. She finally gets taken down. But how much more value do you get? Only 0.73 meters ready. Spear of Venom to the side. Just needs to finish. Does find Soon to the thing. And welcome to capture point number 2.
Welcome. And we are here. We're so back and ready to attack. Is Frost right now. Does have Meteor M available if they need it, but I don't think they do. The team is getting all the executions. Assassin Main vibing out on the turret there. That was interesting. Good, just having a good old time on the cart there. Yeah. I wonder, like, what kind of music they're listening to right now. You know, you thinking maybe it's like running in the 90s? Like, what are you thinking, Em?
Something like, I'm a Barbie girl. You own a big turret. Plastic. Yeah, anyway, we're going through. This is still pretty good. We are doing a little bit more, and Jisoo's gonna find Nova. While there is gonna be Visible Belgium to the side, the damage is coming out. Meteor M does come through. Gotta be careful. There is gonna be the snipe onto Flow in, and there is gonna be the eventual crowing out of this one. The point of contention is gonna be there. Dinosaur Pillow gets eventually assassinated. Jisoo trying to find it, but there is gonna be the Freedom Charge. Galactic onto the side. There is value into the defense. He's still gonna be okay. Finally finds Jeloshi. Wants to get assassinating as well, but it's gonna eventually run out the power up. He's going to be landing with the E. A final Judgment to the side. Never gets taken out once again. Bubble to the front. Looking for anything else. Dinosaur Pillow goes down. There is going to be a ton of everyone. Just their health being melted. Assassin Main though. There is not enough to keep him alive.
Not enough to keep him alive. Jason going to be a great to activate on that one. And they will be able to shut down many a player, culminating it up to one final push here. UNSW have to give it their all if they want to push it over the line. And UTS have to hold steady, hold strong under this one. Let's see who is going to be able to land this blow, because Kaibe, Meteor M available, could be the game changer, could be the pace bringer, but if they go down, they might not even get a chance. Speaking of chances, they're already in the thick of it. Amplifier activated. It's time. Meteor M comes out, does absolutely nothing. Kaibe, unfortunate timing there. And let's see who can get something out of this one. Assassin Main is on track, trying to smack Jason down, but their teammates are going down first and them with it. 10 seconds to go. If they get staggered now, it could be over and out and switching sides.
Oh, now just have to take out this Captain America, and they are going to find you when the one. And there is also going to be the Goddess of Death channeling in the OT. I don't think they're going to make it just yet. Everyone's desperate to get in. But yeah, it's just too late. Everyone's throwing everything at each other. I guess 106.83 meters is doable. Like, at this kind of pace, UNSW has definitely cemented themselves to be a team at the last second to be competing here. Like, they are threatening in this map number 4. And of course, UTS finding the limit solution, and all credits to Jisun onto this Star-Lord. Like, provided so much more room, so much more breathing and clutching moments that I feel like Dinosaur Pillar finally was able to play the game. And of course, soon switching onto the thing is also a big answer to it. Anything else, it's just speculation.
Yeah, just speculation, and we'll see what that speculation does bring here. As we are going to be bringing it up into the attacking side for UTS now, and UNSW going to be doing their best to hold strong here and hold on for dear life. But anything's possible. Anything can be delivered. And we'll see if UNSW are going to have that power in them to hold it down, or whether UTS will be able to follow the prophecy I may have foretold of 5 maps. As we jump into it right now, the gates are open. It's time to get to work, and Nova is ready on the cannons. It's turret time.
There it is. You gotta get some of those bullets through, and the turret is always gonna be a good time man on top. He can be looking to get buffed by the rocket as well, so he can just be shredding any targets that quickly comes up a little bit too much. And now he's doing boots on the ground at that front line. Not gonna have the same value that they have fought in the beginning, so into the reverse, as he is gonna get DPS here and there. The focus definitely not onto him. Assassin Man gets taken down by Sun though. That is gonna be good. It means Jisun gets freed up. Never mind, I take that back. Jisun gets grabbed out there, Nova instantly finishing it. And then afterwards, gotta be careful, second turret does come up. And yes, there is gonna be a little bit of a block, but I tell you what, those bullets are gonna be doing it so much more better because he provides a clear line of sight for them. And you're Wayne the One, like, he is pretty good right now. Gonna be quite happy. Don't have to do anything else with Captain America. Emma Frost is a great pick onto the defense. And of course, if they do get forward, Meteor AM can be raised up. Invisible Boundary first into the amplifier. Not gonna find the value. Here comes the reverse. And Milk News, nowhere, they're all gone. The Wombo is beautiful. And I gotta say, this is exactly what you want to be if you're Unit SW.
Yeah, great defense coming out there, my man, and we'll see. They are going to be able to do more as well. They've still got a couple of ultimates ready to activate. Speaking of activating, though, Track and Impact could be on track, as well as the Fate of Both Worlds here. The UTS to push up for an attack. Speaking of attack, it's time. There it is. They activate the Galactic, but it's responded to immediately. Fate of Both Worlds coming out from Milk there. And so now they try and fight on Jaloshi. Good to bring back the Star-Lord. At least they can use their passive to their advantage, but still a rough situation. However, UNSW are just going absolutely wild on it right now, taking advantage of this situation. And they will be able to suck them out of the map and push them back to spawn. So, great stuff coming out from our defenders. And let's see if UTS can reset.
I did say, when you let the rocket in, oh, nice little bit of a grab. Christy goes to crystal form. It's going to be okay, but Cracking Impact does come out. Leak does get out. And here comes the Meteor AM. Doesn't find another Galactic comes in. Jason fighting the value here. Might be able to find a little bit more Jaloshi. Finally goes down. That has been a little bit of a problem as he's going to get run down here. Assassin is going to get taken out by Dinosaur Pillow. And yes, there's going to be the wipe coming in at 1 minute and 10. I have to really give it to them. The side of UTS definitely struggled onto the entrance. They weren't aware just how much defensive balls could have been the value. Yes, they got one pick, but then after, with a rest and then a full team wipe, definitely played against them. And now as they are going to try to play onto the point and block them from entrance, Invisible Boundary gets channeled in. It's that Sonic Seduction. It's going to be pretty good. Does find pretty much all of them, and they're all going to be dancing forward. You ain't the ones going to find a kill to Kaibe. Frost takes out Dinosaur Pillow. That Fate of Both Worlds is going to be onto the optic defense here. But the DPS is going to go through above. It's just going to be completely shut out. As a very little bit of bad news coming from UTS. 20 seconds left onto the clock. They can't all go down. And now it's going to be destroyed. I'm very worried for the re-entry.
I'm worried as well. Let's see if they are going to be able to take space here and shut them down. As they're holding on for dear life. A seconds remain in this one, Ebb. And they are not going to be able to get on. GG! UNSW, push on and take the third place matchup! We have our victor!
Oh, look at that MVP. It's going to be Leak, who provided value with the Mantis onto the push and then quickly realizing that they needed more heals, so concentrated with a Invisible Woman pick. And just like that, the pick and ban presented an ultimate problem to the side of UTS. And UNSW, credits to their name, they play that really well. The pick and ban, they say, you ban away this, I'm going to pick Captain America. You protect Emma Frost, I'm going to go into the Invisible Woman, and there's nothing else to be said. It was well played by both, and in no matter of my mind did I think it was going to be, one of these kind of plays. Oh, we got it. It was very close to game number 5, but UNSW ultimately the winner to take third place in this series.
Absolutely great stuff coming through, and we're eager to see what else could be on the horizons here. Emp, I think, was a fantastic matchup. Here you go. You can see what that has resulted in, everybody. How we got here. UNSW taking away that series 3-1. So incredible stuff coming out from UNSW. You know, I'm curious who we're going to be hearing from that squadron, to be honest, because you know, I'm kind of hopeful it's Assassin main again, because I want to have words with them after how we prep things into that pre-game interview. So I want to have words with them in the post-game. But nah, really impressed with how they compose themselves there. And UTS, you know, they were confident to come into it, but then they just got shut straight down. Like it was a 1-1 start off. And my gosh, they managed to really keep themselves alive.
Yeah, I feel like UTS definitely had that edge over UNSW in the beginning. They felt like they were very confident. The pick and ban went their way, and they were able to just really assert themselves. But then it was all business for UNSW right after. Some rounds was very close. Some rounds was not even close. And just that is just rawly depending on the pick and ban, right? Yes, you can shut out the Iron Fist. Yes, you might be able to shut different elements out, but the absolute broad perspective of team ups was way too open.
Absolutely. Way too open. But you know what else is open? Our composition heading forward. It's open season for this interview. Welcome back, Assassin Main.
Hello, I'm back.
Mate, I gotta say, like, you didn't believe at first, but you guys have done it. Like, how are you feeling about that?
I mean, we managed to pull a miracle off. I mean, somehow, some way, we just found our comfort characters and we locked in. Yeah, even though our first game went a little rough because the DC and everything, I feel like we did pretty well overall. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes it just takes the extra randomness to go through with your team in order to achieve that victory. But please talk me through when you guys had the pick and ban. We noticed that you obviously wanted to ban away the Venom that was creating way too much room. But then when you went the one on Iron Fist, and then you had your team up with a rocket with Yellow Sheet, just provided so much value. Talk me through that kind of thought process.
Okay, so firstly, on the first game, we played Torch composition with Groot, and that really pressure. If our Groot didn't DC there, I think we could have won that match. But unfortunately, there's been a lot of like technical issues. But since the Torch has so much pressure, they're always gonna ban a Torch first, which is part of our plan actually, for them to ban our Torch, and then we pick all the characters, like the dive characters that you guys saw, like all the BP, all the Iron Fist, and everything. Like putting so much pressure on the backline. Having 3 DPS is like, two of them is gonna be a dive character, and I'm gonna be the anchor of the team, where basically they're gonna dive me. They're obviously gonna play Venom and Psylocke because I've been researching them before the match a little bit, yeah. And so we know their roster. They mainly play low key, Venom and Psylocke. But honestly, props to Frost. He's a giga shad for playing solo tank. I didn't thought we were gonna pull it off, but we did pull it off. And yeah, that's it. That's just what happened. Even though I took the most like dive in, if we can survive the dive and the enemy can't, we just won.
That's it, isn't it? And yeah, I was really impressed with how you guys managed to compose yourselves there. Like, I really enjoyed, I guess, the transformative nature of the pick ban phase all through the series. So I guess, what were your thoughts coming in through each series? Because I saw Psylocke was like banned out in the initial phases there, but then it was opened up. And then Captain America was banned out at one point from one of the rosters there. So, yeah, what were your thoughts in those different pick ban situations?
Honestly, I feel like it's more like a rock paper scissors type of thing, where like, well, not really rock paper scissors. I would say like more of like patch the hole on the sinking ship. if that makes sense. It's like
Oh wow.
it's like whatever we try to formulate the best comp for our like for example, like we have a Psylocke player. We can play Psylocke with a certain composition that we can ban a certain counter composition from the enemy team. That makes sense. So like we try to shape our bans to the comfort composition that we have. Yeah, that's how most of the match goes, and I think that applies to most of the university also on how they pick ban system goes.
Yeah, yeah, of course. And to give you a final question, like you guys came in with new players, and then you had this and that when it comes down to it, and the randomness. Will this be something of a lock in for you guys now that you've locked down third place in this series? Obviously, going forward, maybe this will be the main attraction for the future. Like, is that the kind of timeline we're looking at?
Well, honestly, I have zero clue what is going to be going on in the future because it's like it's going to be a new term, and the new term is going to be like another mix of schedule. It's going to be so chaotic. It's either everyone's going to fit in or everyone's going to fit out, but I'm not sure if I'm going to still be playing next season or not, but we'll see. Just tune in to find out, I guess.
That's the way it goes, isn't it? Definitely eager to see how things go for you guys. And yeah, I think you guys have put in one hell of an effort to make it to third place this season. And you guys should be proud of yourselves. Big congrats to you and your team. And yeah, I really hope we see you again.
Thank you very much. I'm really glad to be here. Yeah,
Thank you. There you go. That's going to be that. And great to hear from our third place winner. Assassin main there from the UNSW squad, defying the odds, even if they didn't believe in themselves. They managed to pull it off in the end. Incredible stuff. But next up on the plate, it's the grand final, and we're going to bring that right to you right after this break. Welcome back, everybody, to the AEL University Elite Series. Matzi and Emperor ZK coming here live once again for an incredible evening of absolute chaos. And before we get into that, let's talk about our favorite people. First and foremost, a big shout out to AGON by AOC, the #1 gaming monitor brand in the world. AGON by AOC provide best-in-class monitor solutions for gaming and all other needs. But Emp, who else do we need to thank?
It's Indomie, the noodle partner made with high-quality flour and selected ingredients and spices. A plate of Indomie Migarang will certainly brighten up your day. Try any one of the flavors available today from your local grocer or at indomie.com.au.
Yeah, big shout out to both of our wonderful sponsors there. We definitely appreciate them and all the support that they give. But let's take a look at what's next on the cards here. It's our grand final. Monash taking on RMIT, the match we've been waiting for to see who will be our champion for Marvel Rivals here this season. It has been an incredible journey. Well, we're not going to crown a champion just yet, everybody. Maybe the script's been leaked? No. It's RMIT definitely have a chance, all right? It's not going to be set in stone just like that, all right, guys? I reckon it could be on the cards.
Yep. That definitely is one of those days, but I tell you what, I think it's very impressive that we saw Union SW taking the 3rd place over UTS, especially when Union SW with their original score get taken out 3-0 against Monash. In the meantime, RMIT taking 3-2 over UTS was also a very hard contesting grounds when it comes down to it. They went the distance. Now, in the meantime, best of 5, the locking is there. They have to bring in their absolute top game to come in. There is going to be a massive contention here to see whether RMIT can take it over Monash. And I feel like, the rest of this can be like taken one way or the other. There's always like 1 week to prepare the ultimate team up and representing them. What do you reckon, Matsi?
Oh, this is the best roster yet for our for Monash. Seeing what I'm seeing. Let's go through. WHOOSH, Genzo, Pikachu, Joji, Denzil, and Jaded. Pikachu, the MVP for Monash coming through. We love to see it. Big shout out to Monash for bringing Pikachu out the gates from game 1. They mean business when Pikachu's in town. But RMIT, who are they going to be represented by? It's none other than Air Ninja, Smiles, Osaragi, Kari, Ethan Winters 44, and Alk. So, those are our rosters here today, everybody. This is going to be an absolute showdown.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. We've seen both perform really well. I think the most important one is that, we have everyone playing in the beginning. And so, Matsi, I believe we have ourselves an interview.
Oh, we sure do. Welcome in none other than WHOOSH.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome in. And a real big pleasure to have you on tonight, mate. And I got to say, how are you feeling about the match ahead? Are you feeling confident?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty confident. I mean, we've gone undefeated the entire time. No maps dropped, so yeah, pretty confident.
Fair enough. Does it feel like, this is the grand stage set up for you guys to perform tonight? Because this is the big one. Cannot be like referred to the past scores anymore. This is the one to finally prove yourselves over and over. How's the team feeling with you?
We're feeling pretty confident. We've definitely grown a lot from when we started because we obviously played a lot more, scrimmed a lot more, and we queue a lot in ranked too. So yeah, feeling pretty good.
That's really great to hear. And I guess I want to pick your brain a little bit on an extended level. How does it feel to play against some of your teammates here in the Ignite series?
It's a bit kind of sucks, I guess, because obviously I have to play with my friends. But it's good competition. You know, we banter a lot, like obviously on who wins and loses. So yeah, I'm sure it'll be good fun.
Fair enough. And just one curious question: who are those people on your screen?
Well, we have Genzo and Pikachu. We have Joji now. Pikachu's in his Spider-Man costume. We love it. Joji's back from his Ado concert or something.
Lift it up. I want to see that Spidey costume. Oh, boom!
Oh, sorry, the glare's kind of bad. So
we can see just
I
fine.
got my
don't
team
you
with me.
worry.
So
No, that's great to hear, mate. That is great to hear. And definitely very eager to see what you guys can do heading into the matchup. Really appreciate you jumping on with us tonight. And I got to say, it's great to see the fan favorite Pikachu coming out game one, mate. This is great. And I'm keen to see what you guys can do with Pikachu there.
yeah,
It'll be good. All right. Best of luck in the match, mate. You guys are going to kill it.
Thank you.
There you go. Great to get insight from WhatOCE there. Always good to get, pick the players' brains, you know? Always good to be able to get some of that inside information. Love to see it. It's great that he brought basically the whole team with him. I wasn't expecting that out of the interview, but hey, it's unique. It's creative. I love it. Absolutely love it.
I'm actually a fan of these pre-match interviews now. Can we get some of this action every single time? Like the team, whoever's going to be speaking for them, just bring in your A setup. Like, you know, whether you want to show something off, whether you want to bring in all your team's profiles, whether you want to show us your favorite shirt or jerseys or something, or pick up brain with something. This is cool. Like, I think this is a trend that we should definitely pick up and bring in every single week.
Absolutely, definitely eager to see what is going to come out of this one. Amp, Monash, RMIT, the clash of the Titans, the two teams that managed to push their way all the way to the top here. It's going to be a fun one ahead of us, and I am super duper keen who is going to be able to take the crown here tonight. The whole season has been building up to this one big moment to see if Monash can manage to go the whole season undefeated, or if RMIT is going to be able to take them down a notch and steal the crown for their own.
I do have to say, you know, this is going to be a really fun one. I really, really like the teams from both sides. Monash, where they've already excelled in many capable areas. RMIT is just as strong when it comes down to it. Their pick and ban phase has been remaining one of the stronger ones out there. I feel like when it comes down to shutting down the competition, they've been doing quite a good job, especially with their signature picks as well. I thought Ninja was a very good player coming in. We did see Osaragi playing as well onto the last week, where even though they played against mirror matches on, I believe he was Unanimous W. Yeah, he was Unanimous W. There was some points where I had my doubts here and there, and I was like, hang on a second. No, it was UTS. Yeah, there were some moments that I thought that, you know, it was a little bit close, but then there were some moments where it's like, nah, it's not even close. And, you know, what they are providing here is just value on top.
Yeah, value upon value is definitely going to help them build themselves up to be the best team that they possibly can, and eager to see how things go down once we do get into the fray here. I'm curious who we're going to have next on the card here, to be honest, Amp. I'm curious what's next on the tables for us, but I'm sure we're going to be hearing from a VIP on the RMIT side very, very soon, as it looks like we have none other than Smiles! Welcome back, my man!
Hello! Good to be back. I've missed you guys. It's been too long.
You too, mate. It's always a pleasure to have you on board. And I got to say, how are you feeling coming up to the big match? Are you guys pumped up?
Yeah, pretty pumped up. We've had a very busy week, especially as it's getting to end of semester. But we've got a decent share of practice in. I think we're in a pretty good spot as a team, especially compared to the start of the semester. So yeah, looking quite forward to it.
Fair enough. Just on the off chance, are you also channeling your Concord energy to just make sure that you're at maximum efficiency and just pumped and ready to go?
Yep. I've been all that warm up in that game and its lifespan for approximately 10 hours. helped fuel the knowledge and the know-how I need to pop off tonight. And I thought it'd be a good reminder and motivation to keep me focused and prepared for my best tonight.
No, that's great to hear, and I reckon you guys are going to definitely be able to deliver just that. You know, I thought I saw before the script was leaked or something. I think you need to break the script. Did you get a little glimpse of that before?
Oh, we fully planned to, my good sir. I think this is time for the rematch of the century, and we're gonna put a pretty good fight for Monash. They'll need their best game to beat us, I reckon. Nothing shy of it.
Fair enough. Hey, look, I think when it comes down to it, you guys are going to live up true to your name, never to back down, and always presenting the best of the smile of this competition. You know what I mean? I wish you guys good luck, man. I'm really hoping for a really good match.
Cheers, my man. We'll make sure it will be one. Just for you.
Perfect. That's what we like to hear, Smiles. And I got to say, best of luck to you and the squadron. Make sure you give it your absolute best here tonight. I reckon it's going to be quite an intense one. Could go all the way to 5 maps. Maybe it'll go down in 3. Favoring you, possibly.
Oh, of course.
We'll
always.
see. Yeah.
Well, always. You got to bet right this time, Matt. You got to bet right this time.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us, mate. Best of luck, and we'll see you on the other side.
Thank you.
There you go. Always a bit of fun to get Smiles on board there from RMIT. You know, it's always a great, diverse range of personalities coming through from our teams. And yeah, it's just great to see what they have to say and what they're thinking about heading into their match. But I reckon both teams are pumped up. You know, there's no thoughts like what UNSW had before. You know, they weren't feeling confident at all. They managed to take it away. Everyone's feeling good tonight for Monash and RMIT. So that's great to hear. And really keen to see who's going to be able to take it away.
Yep. I am down. I am down for the competition tonight. We've seen, I guess, one of the best analogies being given from Assassin Main, and the victory over UTS was well deserved. And now over Monash against RMIT with a possible slender in the beginning, but that's going to be fine, right? That's the kind of series that we're going to, the nightly fun that we always have week after week, and that's exactly what your lead series is all about. We are going to be seeing a ton of action coming up, so obviously don't go anywhere. And on top of it, insert your support for the side. Is it going to be RMIT? Or is it going to be Monash, right? Obviously, channeling that energy, make sure that you're supporting your peeps, and obviously make sure to glaze them a little bit and also zing them a little bit, because they're going to be bringing the action eventually to all of you, and being one of them is going to go back onto the screen and they're going to call you out on it just for fun.
Absolutely. Got to make sure you get the premium blazing through there. Make sure you hype up your favorite teams there. I might have to learn a thing or two from our observer, TwoTapTony. You know, definitely one of the best glazers in the business. We love to see it. But keen to see how this first map goes down, everybody. It's going to be a fun time ahead, I'm sure. And I'm sure both teams are going to be really looking to lock in and give it their all here. But heading towards the pick band phase into the future here, Amp, I'm really curious, I guess, what both teams are going to bring into it. Because, a roster like Monash, they're always so diverse in their bans and picks. They're able to just lock in and be super duper efficient. Like, they maneuver it so well, right? It's like they're playing like a game of Tron, right? They're just swerving around all different paths, right? And they're able to find that or make the best outcome over, I guess, the landscape they're given. So I'm curious how RMIT is going to be able to navigate that similar treacherous landscape that is that pick ban phase.
Yeah, I mean, I like it when you put it into perspective for Tron. So we might just get a little bit of disc war, maybe even a little bit of a bike action going around. Like, I think when it comes down to swerving the pick and ban phase, the amount of like open pool that they do have and that they're competent with is something to be contesting about. But one thing does come into mind, right? If they're gonna stick to the traditional bans, obviously we're gonna see things like, theoretically speaking, things like Groot, Captain America, Emma Frost, that's just going to be completely locked into play. We might not be seeing a support lock into this one because you can only lock so much away. Yes, you can opt to lock in a Loki, which means that there's not going to be double Fate of the Worlds, or you can try to lock into a signature pick, which could be an Adam Warlock at the same time. And I feel like there's way too many potential coming in to come through. The DPS, yes, there's always going to be a problem, and there's always going to be roving around your Psylocke, your Hela, your Human Torch, and everything else. But that's problems that can be managed. So I think support bans and even tank bans in the beginning is going to see how they're going to be able to tron their way to the other side and eventually take over the competition. And it's something that it gives Monash the potential to take tonight. But meanwhile, RMIT, they play the traditional picks week after week. They're fine with this. They say, if you lock this one away, guess what? That's exactly what we want to be coming in. That is our strength. And we might, just play into exactly how you designed this, and that is going to be our comfort. However, if you play into something wild, it might bring things to a little bit of a spice mix.
Yeah, going to be able to spice things up. Speaking of spicing things up, though, in case you weren't watching before, I think it's important, Amp, that we give a reminder. This next series is going to be a best of 5. And how's that going to go? It's going to be Domination, Convoy, Convergence, Convoy, Convergence. 5 potential maps here. Going the distance is certainly on the cards, and we'll see if both teams are going to give that to us. If we're going to go all 5 maps, we certainly got close to it in the last series. This one could be no exception, but it's all going to be determined by our teams here in the grand final. Definitely excited for what is to come.
Yeah, and just to add to that, if it does come down to the wire and we ultimately end in the draw, there will be a domination to finish it off. It's going to be Providence if we do go over that time. But, looking at the way of things, looking at the state of competition, game number 5, it will come depending on how these first 2 maps being played, right? Sometimes we can have a 1-to-1 contention, and that's when we know this is going to go to the distance because there is a problem that we can't deal with, and then we have to flex pick into map number 4 to deal with. However, obviously if he doesn't get addressed, it's just going to be one-sided, just like the first match that we had. In the meantime, we need graphs, we need things, but it looks like we're going to get the pick and ban phase, and we are finally here. We are ready to play. Insert the complete ban. What's going to be the first one up? It's going to be the DPS lock. So Bucky is going to get taken out. It means that, obviously we do still have options with the tanks being open. Captain America, we have Emma Frost, we have Groot. If they do want to respond with the support ban, or no, it's going to be Emma Frost. They are going to be opting to take away the pushing back value, and I can respect that one. Could be the Luna pick right here to ensure that they are going to be able to extend the fights.
Yeah, let's see what this next pick is going to be doing now. So they're holding on to this one, waiting to figure out what this lock-in should be. Like, there's a lot that they could go for here. The Thing is going to be locked in, though. Good to see the Thing locked in. I think that gives them a lot more flexibility on their tanks. Because thinking about it, right, coming up against a team like Monash, they don't need to lock in a pick like Groot, because more often than not, Pikachu plays Groot. So they can just kind of leave that pick there to be uncontested. But speaking of uncontested, Cap Band is going to be uncontested. No cap this time around.
Yeah, so Captain America being banned away here, that's going to be respected. Same as the Human Torch, as we did see from the previous match. The value provided and the overall DPS is just too high. And at this stage, it can be a little bit different, but I'm in favor of this. when you protect the Wolverine, let me tell you something about the Wolverine. You have so much potential to wipe anything off the map as quick as possible, right? And there's going to be open options to see how they're going to be playing this Wolverine. But in the beginning, when you do have the Wolverine to shred around the front tank line, it's going to be the worst thing that you're ever going to be seeing. Psylocke being locked in for the DPS to guarantee that they still have that flex pick with Hela is going to be good news. Adam Warlock being targeted ban as well. This is something that I'm a fan of, because when you do have Adam Warlock in this kind of composition, Adam Warlock acts as your DPS healer, and that value with Soulbound is just way too much to be dealing with. And then the Magneto being taken out, this one I feel like is personal against Air Ninja. He has been known to perform quite well with it. So both sides gonna have a Groot, a Thor in maybe against the Thing at this stage. I think that's an okay matchup. Welsh has been there last week with his Thor, has played significantly strong into it. And so a Mantis being locked in by Denzel, oh my god, I'm going to be scared with that kind of DPS boost with Genzo coming in, and that could just be a problem.
Could it be a problem? It could be on the way through. And let's see what is going to come of this one. And we got Wosh on the Thor there. I think someone was hopeful that one would come through in the chat, and their wish will be granted. As Wosh is going to be playing that Thor. We got Genzo, Wolverine, Joji, Psylocke, and Jaded going to be on Invisible Woman, and Zill going to be on Luna. But who do we have on RMIT? Rocket, Elk, the Thing, Smiles. Well, Elk on Jeff. You got Invisible Woman, Psylocke, Hela, and Groot. So let's get ready to rumble here. I think they're going to have a big challenge with Genzo on that Wolverine, but you never know till you know, my man. And mission area unlocking very soon. Let's see how it all gets down to business.
Yeah, gotta be very careful here, especially since Wolverine is mightily fun against tanks. You can see the value from Pikachu instantly finding them, just quickly right-clicks into it. Oh, could be a problem here. Joji finds the doppelganger and just takes him out. Very nice duel, very early into the mirror matchup. This is the value. Dwarf Force gets taken down, not much value. Osaraki is traded instead with Joji. Gotta be careful as Air Ninja gets taken out. It's just a rage at 100. Anything with abduction, trying to find the target, but he's not gonna do anything else. Ethan Winters was quite low, and of course, when you have those number chings, it's gonna be the full wipe. And so, just with that prediction, Genzo was the problem. 78%, 79 right now. This man is looking to maybe wipe them all out. Gotta be looking at a synergy play with Pikachu, because they can be looking to lock it back into a wall as well. So it creates a very uncomfortable position, and Joji finds the combo onto Kari. Pikachu gets taken down with him though. That is not what you want to be seeing. Invisible Boundary is going to be invested to buy that extra time. Ethan Winters also going to jump in for to protect his tank, but you can see the value is here. Walsh is going to find Saragi. Oh, but Genzo, that last in gets both of the support. That means this front is completely desolated.
Yeah, completely desolated, and they will be able to isolate at this point. Time and time again here. Eager to see how things go down heading into the rest of this mashup right now. They are holding it back for a second longer, but here's Genzo jumping into a rage there. Does get disengaged by Smiles. He's going to force them back a little bit longer. Clobber in time coming out as well. Way to both worlds out of there. And they are going to be able to get the entanglement through. More to follow, though. Dance to the butterfly. Slice and dice. No one gets KO'd. Wosh, though, is ready. Oh my gosh. Goddess of Death coming out as well, Ev. It's just all happening right now. This point is just a bloodbath. But Monash is still maintaining course here, getting all the percentage. But RMIT, just before they can get over the edge, do manage to swing it back.
Yeah, credit where it's due. You see the complete dissolution of the team right there from Monash. RMIT finding those peaks and Osaragi leaving your 10% was huge. in that value, and then it was just able to completely ensure that the front line gets melted as well. In the meantime, you know, they do have another ult. They have defensive to be playing. Gotta be careful though. You are going to be leading into it. There is going to be a wash coming in, but Denzel gets taken down into the combo. It means that defensive ult is going to be thrown by both sides. Jaded is going to be trading with Ethan. Goblin Club comes in, but in the meantime doesn't provide the full value on Tier now. Joji and Jaded is down, but here comes the exit. It is going to be denied here by Smiles. And so they are going to wipe him out. Pikachu is going to be able to have his with Walsh. So there is no defense on... Oh, actually, Elk, I do take that back. You do have yours, but in the meantime, and it can be on an off angle, can be a little bit dangerous. It depends on how it's going to be executed, because the build-up can be a little bit much for it. In the meantime, you can see it. RMIT checking off the playlist. They do know how to be playing into this comp. This is something that they need to be playing into containment. This map is one of those that can maybe buy a little bit more room for them, but in the first place, there is gonna be the Strength Entanglement. Fatal Breath Throws instantly activated. Walsh onto the side, just waiting. By the time Jada gets taken down, it means support is gonna be taken down. And Joji also know what DPS Pikachu gets taken, and they are gonna be resetted back in. You can see them desperate trying to get back in. And Kyrie was looking to maybe get some more value, but no more's gonna be given.
Yeah, no value going to be given there, not activated at all here, Amp. And we'll see if they are going to be able to lock things down in this one. They're trying to activate onto the point here. Do have, you know, that ultimate available. God of Thunder available. Oh, Clobbering Time does come through, but there it is. God of Thunder doing a great job. Goddess of Death coming out from Osaragi here. Shuts down the support. Looking for more. Oh my gosh. Psylocke, that's the butterfly coming out there. Good chance to slice them up here, but they will be able to maintain course. Monash on top of it. Joji good for more. And they shut that point down. Slowly trickling the OT timer out of here. Here comes the Strange Portal though. They're not out yet.
Yeah, and Ninja channeled it really early, but it's going to be traded. Ethan Winters also down. 100 rage is something to behold. It's very scary, no matter how much you say to it. But Walsh gets taken down, desperate to finish out, and they are gonna find it. No more to be played. Smiles also not long for this world, and that is finally the value. Soragi does not get to make it to the end. It was a good attempt from RMIT. I believe they checked off all the lists that they could potentially do with their team, and they drew in the maximum potential. But still, at the end, it's still a Wolverine problem. There's still that Walsh problem in the beginning. You give him that room, he goes, okay, well, you know, I have my Thor Force, I have my God of Thunder. Pikachu, even though if he goes down, I'm still here to play, and I provide the extra value. On the side, RMIT, you know, problem is a little bit persistent. Like, there is some danger and risk that they still need to provide. Osaragi was not given amount of movement. There was no room for him to really be playing, and meanwhile Kari gets taken out twice onto Joji into the mirror in the beginning. Really lost them that momentum. So while that did hurt a little bit, they were still able to contest quite well. Capture to 99%, I take that any day.
I take that any day to Amp. And we'll see. They are going to be able to lock this one down. Kari, ready up top now. Osaragi around the bend as well, but here comes Joji. Nice activation there, spears him out of it. And that's a good start. Mission area unlocking in 3 seconds. Genzo in the back line as well. Good for the leap there. We'll be able to tear them all down, tearing down their backline in consequence. Genzo and Co are just going absolutely crazy right now, Imp.
Oh my god, oh yeah, here comes the Dark 100 Rage. Try to heal through this right now. And it's just a little bit too much of a problem. The Spear Red also fighting the Muck in the recess. Here comes some more. Take that Spear. And that is a full wipe. It is clean on the side of Monash. And you know, this is what I was talking about. A little bit of a problem. When you have a Black Panther, the ultimate tickle monster, it's fine, right? You can still heal through. But then when that's matched up with 100 Rage, buffed up Wolverine, that's a different story. because one abduct, one little bit of extra play, make sure that you're dashing in and out. But Joji gets shut down by Kara right there, and I think it was a little bit of wishful thinking. Meanwhile, there is gonna be the God of Mischief. Here comes the invisible boundary. Jada gets taken out. Pikachu also the same thing. Here comes the final stand, doesn't find anything else, and Kari does find the mark, and well, Walsh can be looking to deny. He is also gonna get taken down. Okay, so the reset gets back. It is a good attempt. RMIT, they invest a ton. Here comes, oh, the classic roof setup. You come through, the right click comes in, and you're going to be dealing with ones slapping from the roof, and I'm a fan of that.
I'm going to be a big fan of that as well, Amp, and you're going to see they are going to be able to lock this one in. Big ults are available. It's time for the dance of the butterfly. Kari, good for 2, locking it around the back there, and they do manage to slice them out of it. Huge stuff coming through from RMIT. They activate, but here's Joji. Joji's ready, or not. But they've still got ult to Monash here, right? They've still got God of Thunder available. They've still got plenty of stuff they can play with them. You know, they might even end up bringing out the Strangling Prison as well. We'll see what happens, though, because that percentage is building up.
They gotta be a little bit careful. There is overzealous play, and the wall right there does find more. Invisible Boundary is here. They do trade 1 for the price of 2. And here comes Bass's descent. It's great! And it's just an unbelievable sight. It's unbelievable play all around. As there is going to be the retreat from Kari, trying to bind the time. Obviously, you cannot run away that easily when your cooldowns are all being expended. And there's a Black Panther climbing the wall. Osaragi, really nice aim coming ring. Gotta be careful, don't get sniped here. And at the same time, this is one of those things where you say, while you have one of the best DPS deck, will definitely be playing against you, both sides is going to opt for the roof wall, trying to break them and just ensure that they don't get to the cap. Meanwhile, so you can see the hover in. Joji wants to get a little bit more action done with Genzo. A lot of power and problems is coming in. I feel like, yes, this is great. Strangling Prison is here. The walls are here. But there's going to be the abduction to the side. Jada gets taken down. And all of a sudden, we have the trade-off ults coming in. And no damage is going to get taken out. BkWhatOCE to death does come up, looking for the value pick. Joji goes down. And all of a sudden, RMIT are here to stay.
Here to stay, and not going down any other way. They are going to be able to build up some final percentage here. Oh, it's portal time. Pikachu has gotten off Groot. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Let's see what they can do, though, Amp. They do have the God of Thunder available, and Wolverine ready to enter a rage. This could be what gets them over the point right now, but let's see. Joji in a bit of trouble. 26 HP in a dream. Pikachu and Jada jumping in, though. Genzo going to be traded out. It's all starting to go off here. Let's see if they can manage to find what they need. There's the Strangling Prison as well. This is good from our Ninja. Jaded is down, but the God of Thunder still available. Joji, though, is uncontested right now, shutting them down piece by piece here. Joji rips them out with 4 KOs. And they're still holding on to overtime somehow. Some way, they're still on point.
Oh, look at that photo up, Doc. It is beautiful as well. I like the use of Elk right there. Quickly use his switch with the Claw. But at the end of the day, that first one was very confident from Monash. Just with the pick rawly from the dives and the pure shredding, it was just too much pressure. RMIT, it's not like they got folded completely. They did do a very good job, very traditional standards, and it was really, really concerning with how they were able to just take point really quickly and push Monash off. But at the end of the day, you know, it's still Monash. It's still that Joji problem. It is still Genzo providing that extra value. These two completely wreaked havoc. And then in the meantime, Walsh on that Thor, like, this man held on to his ult. He was counting. He was waiting for the cooldowns to be done before he did his. So every time it was his diligence, he says, I am the God of Thunder, and you are just all going to get sniped.
You are going to get sniped out and get KO'd. definitely great to see the activation there, the potential of what was to come there. But map number 1 will go in favor of Monash. So a great start from them, and we'll see if RMIT are going to be able to bounce back heading into the second map here. We saw some glimmers of hope, some great potential coming through from RMIT, right? They managed to keep that percentage pretty close, pretty consistent, I'd say, pretty much the whole way through. But I was actually very impressed with how Monash were able to really focus up and maintain their ult management through the series, right? They weren't able to, or they weren't just looking to use every ult willy-nilly. Oh yeah, we need a little extra push, let's use it. They were very focused and calculated on how they used their ultimates. And I was really impressed with, yeah, just how precise they were and how much vision, I suppose, they had in that first map there.
Yeah, looking at the second map, I think we're just going to go to Midtown. But one question remains is how prepared is RMIT's switch up? In the beginning, it was 99%. I think it was 99% on both sides. And I'm not going to really see too much of a difference here, because if you do opt to lock away Wolverine, you unlock the gates for wild picks on the side of Monash, so that could be a problem. But then, there are other times where you do consider the possibilities, right? In one world, yes, you do get away with locking away something that shreds your front line quite well, but then, you unlock annoyances and stun locks and things that is a horror, right? There can be those kind of a world, but then it depends on what the value is. You can be looking to stick with the traditional picks as well. Their pick and ban, I don't feel like it's really out of the norm. It has been quite good. And on maps like Convoy, Convergence, Wolverines are a lot more harder to play. Sometimes you need the perfect team up, you need the perfect strategy and angles in order to get the rest. And I'm still waiting for a possible rocket jump with a Wolverine with Genzo. Like, maybe we'll be getting it, maybe not. But in the meantime, I'm having a ton of fun.
Absolutely, I'm having a ton of fun tonight as well, Amp. I think it's been a great night of games. Third place match is definitely delivered, and I reckon this grand final is no exception, but we are going to be straight into the thing here. It's going to be Emma Frost and Winter Soldier broken out. They will not be seen. And let's see what is going to be seen into the pick phase.
Yeah, look, when you do want to get in and just say our competition is pretty superior, but we do get counted out by the Emma Frost, so it's a good thing to lock that away. Once again, Bucky is going to be taken out. Sticking to the traditional team, they're going to have to think to ensure that front doesn't really collapse that easily. The thing has been a much more celebrated success on their side of RMIT. It's a very respectable choice. Luna Snow, once again. And this is pretty much going back onto the first pick and ban. It is still the same kind of setup. Don't really need to do anything else. If they follow through it, there's the Human Torch. And then I'm assuming they're going to be looking to eventually ban away Captain America. Yep, there's Captain America. And then opt to quickly get one of the DPS protected, like Hela, because Osaragi's pick has always been pretty good. There was a lot of value when it comes down to it. The actual potential is immense on their side. But it's going to be Magneto. So this is going to be a protect for Air Ninja, who has shown that he has one of the really good Magnetos in this whole Elite series. And then into the reverse. So if you have that pick out, it means that, there's a lot of potential going forward. It means that you don't care if there's going to be more potentials to be played into a group with Magneto. It's okay when it comes down to it. It means that there's going to be protect. Once again, Wolverine is going to be here. And then at the end, it's going to be, yeah, all right. So Kyrie doesn't get to play their main pick here, and I don't think it's going to be too bad. But yeah, I think it's all aimed at that value pick in the front and the back. They don't really care about what DPS you throw at them. They say certain tanks you're not allowed to play, certain backline DPS you're also not allowed to play. And that's the side of Monash, which is a full target towards their competition. The side of RMIT, they say, nope. No Groot, it's going to be centered around that. We protect 2 tanks, we destroy 2 tanks, and no Bucky. So let's see if there's going to be a change up.
Yeah, let's see if they are going to be able to change it up right now. I'm already liking what I'm seeing, my man. We've got potential Black Widow here. Okay. You don't see that one all the time, but when you see it on Joji, you know they mean business, don't you? And curious to see how things go down right now as we get into the fray once again. Smiles ready and awaiting on the thing here. And a little bit of a team up coming out from the Asgardians. Osaragi and Alk there looking to make sure they can activate when one goes down. The other can bring them back up if they do get the KO. So let's see how this one goes now in the prep phase. We've got both teams ready to engage into this one, trying to get into the Baxter building here and see if they can rip things up as they are ready to go right now. Joji going to be the one to watch here. They jump in on Black Widow and now look to snipe their way through. You can see the Red Room rifle is ready to hunt, but they are going to be KO'd by Air Ninja to kick off, so not starting off with a bang.
Yeah, well, this is the protect that they were so into, and we have seen Joji perform quite well on this map with a Widow, and I feel like, you know, this is going to be one of those times where you gotta get buffed up a lot in order to get it, but there is going to be the switch. That is going to be a nice play. Kyrie is going to find Joji. There was a little bit of a full mix. They said, no. We're not going to be allowing you to play any more sniping here. So now we're Black Widow again. So meanwhile, goes up, goes back. There is going to be the switch to find him, and you can just see how much of an annoyance he could be. But that mirror match is going to be working out. In the meantime, this is not really stopping them. The side of Monash, they are still gaining control and pulling it. Kyrie being pushed up does find Genzo into the reverse, and that's going to be fine. But you can see it. The ults have already been invested in. Invisible Boundary is going to be here. They are also going to just quickly get back into it. They realized that in the beginning it could be a bit of a problem, and they are going to also save Kyrie. And they say, Meteor, oh, no, yeah, I take that back. It is going to be God of Thunder instead. Does find some damage, but proper time onto the back with the damage boost. Now you can see it. Here comes Meteor, and that was delayed. Also doesn't find it, but I feel like this push, the potential being shut down here, is going to be working wonders for RMIT.
Going to be working wonders. Ready to see what they can do. Galactic Legend comes out. It's going to be activation. Out down. More to follow as well. KOs in abundance here from Joji. And they will be able to wipe the floor there. Monash on track for a little more out of this one. Eager to see what else they can do. Heading in to the rest of this one. Almost on to checkpoint 1.
And when you get full wiped from that one, it's always going to be a tough one. Oh, wait, Kyrie. This is a good angle. This is the Galactic Legend onto the back if they do discover by Kyrie. He did get himself brought out. Genzo meanwhile always goes down, quickly channels in. It's not the best angle, but you can see Osaragi is going to find 3 kills with Kyrie. They are going to wipe him. I feel like, you know, anything can be happening. There's still 1 minute and 20 left to go. And while you are going to dump all the ults, Monash, they haven't really put the steam behind them. They are still able to contest. And just looking at it, Jaded is going to be able to offer a ton more with Walsh. The support is going to be finding more potential coming in. But got to be careful. If Walsh gets any bit of charge here, that's pretty much the backline gone. Smiles gets punished in the beginning. Was a little bit off angle. Doesn't get the rune. And so, as we go into that, there's going to be the God of Mischief. Maybe looking to just find a little bit more, and Alk is going to be the one to provide fade of both rows. Incident, we are on the dance floor. God of Thunder does not find anything, but they are trying to push him out. They're trying to take that advantage. Invisible Boundary is going to be the extra little bit of play with Galactic Legend, but you can just see there is not enough DPS looking to take him out, but they were dancing on top of even more, and Genzo is the ultimate sacrifice as this portal has been inserted.
Inserted down and ready to go to town on this one as the KOs come through. Here comes that portal. 5 seconds here. Monash need to lock in sooner rather than later. They are going to be able to get on top of it, trying their best to get on point. Here's the OT timer ramp. They are on it. BkWhatOCE comes through. Haven't seen one of those in a while. Smiles trying their best to keep this one going, but they are being shut out. Kari, though, with the Galactic Legend, does find the KOs. This is exactly what they needed. Perfect plays, perfect time, and they're primed up. Ready for action. The OT timer going down. Meteor ramps going out. Everything's being turned on right now. All these ults, my man. And they managed to shut down the push. And can you believe what we're seeing right now? RMIT have managed a convincing defense.
I did say, when you go into anything else, sticking to the traditional setup will work for you. But in the meantime, I feel like RMIT definitely found their groove, and they say it's not going to be even close. So much was given over to Osaragi, so much was given over to Kairi, and they had the early lead, right? And they kept on building upon that, the Galactic Legend finding value upon value, but then Osaragi also being pushed by Genzo, being pushed by the front line, says, you know what? It's going to be just fine. I'm going to be okay to be providing the value consistently, and when I get pushed onto an irrecoverable area, you know, I still have my ult and I got us of death. I think there was not enough support management coming in from Monash, and a lot of the ults was just being consumed because they needed to save their teammate in the beginning, and that worked against them. So having that offbeat, the off timing, definitely is not something that you want to be considering when you are onto the pushing side. But here comes the reverse. Will we be seeing the same thing, or will RMIT instantly make it?
Let's see. They are going to be able to do it. WhatOCE, decent beginning, gets the KO through. Genzo jumping in on the fun as well. Lots of damage there. KO from Joji. Looking to shut them out in spawn here. They must adorn their strength. They must bring out the big guns here. And we'll see what they are going to be able to do, because RMIT are scurrying around now, breaking free. And Monash a little bit close here. Would be forced back with great haste.
With great haste, is exactly what you want to be seeing. Here comes the smashing potential. You can see WhatOCE just trying to shut any aggressors down. In the meantime, gotta be careful. Genzo super low right now. Might just get taken out with invisible boundary. Invested here just to shut him away, keeping that front line completely healthy. And you can see it. Joji, meanwhile, he doesn't care. He's healthy. He says, take a few more of these acrobatic reloads, and we're gonna be getting there. Osaragi and Kairi both going down. And you can just see it, the potential with the thing that's been working for both sides completely being awoken, and this convoy is not being pushed anywhere. Even though they have ults, RMIT has not found a foothold just yet. They got 4 ults in place. There's 4 in reverse. And Pikachu is slowly building his. You gotta be careful. If you do wipe it from the top, here we go. Osaragi, Goddess of Death. Looking at the first one. There's Soulbound, Meteor Ammo to the side. Looking for it. Does not get the value as well. And the heals come through. Adam Warlock. This is what I was talking about. You don't ban him away. He's gonna be a problem. Galactic Legend was not really going to be a channel. There's no really big value coming out. But at the same time, you can see just how much room that they did bring RMIT. Although they didn't really get the value pick, they finally found some form of advance. Meteor Man, try to find it. Jaded is gone. Gotta be careful here. The advance was dangerous, but everyone has been wiped off. And Monash might be looking for a resurrection here.
Looking for a way to resurrect into it. They definitely have the possibilities and have the strength behind them. We'll see if they are going to be able to activate into this one, as RMIT are getting a lot closer now. Ooh, take a bit of damage. Joji needs to get out. Osaragi going to be the one taking punishment though. WhatOCE now. Wobbering time. This is where they activate. Get that damage through. Try and shut them down here. We'll see if they are going to be good for it though. They do have to worry though. Even if RMIT pull ahead, if they have Pikachu available, then that Karmic Revival is online. They've got all these support ultimates ready to activate. This is great for Monash on defense. But RMIT, they need to find a way around this, and they only have a minute to do it.
Definitely gotta be careful here when you have 2 tanks and 3 heals, especially with Adam Warlock, to be able to do a ton more. So Galactic Legend onto the side, trying to get up. Oh, there's the buff. Then there's gonna be 1 year reverse invisible boundary meter, and they are looking for the finish here. Oh, he finds Ethan Winter's smokes also quite low. Gotta get out of there. But there's gonna be the wipe, 4 of them in fact, and you can just tell. Eventually, Smokes is trying to run away, but he gets taken down, and it's just the whole team being taken apart. 24 seconds left onto the clock. 4 ults needs to be immediately cashed out, needs something. Kyrie gonna be switching to Jeff the Shark right now. Gets the bubble to give him the extra speed. You can see all of them trying to posit themselves. Here comes the reverse Kyrie from the back, trying to be annoying. Might just get the clicking power here. Maybe the DPS is gonna be okay. Clobbering time to the side. There is going to be Soul Resurgence, and Pikachu still is just waiting. Meteor Ammo to the side, looking for her. But Pikachu is still alive. There is going to be Denzel who goes down eventually. But of course, there's a coming revival. As you get him down, they are all back. And they are going to be taken down by Kyrie or Saragi. Goddess of Death is still pretty much alive here. And they are going to find them. Cocoon is going to buy Pikachu back with Joji. They are still surviving. But at the same time, how much is more worth? You can see Walsh standing steady, trying to get this one out. Pikachu and Denzel, they go down one more time. Elkos, he's going to be okay. He gets revived. Walsh finally gets taken down. This OT is pretty much done. Enzo onto the switch to Strange, but it's going to be too late.
Oh my gosh. Can you believe it? RMIT have managed to push on Amp. They have taken a map from Monash. I cannot believe what we have seen here tonight. MVP gonna be Kari out of that one, and holy moly, we are going to a minimum of 4 maps now, Amp, with RMIT delivering the work. We tie things up 1 apiece.
Yeah, I gotta give it to Kari in the end, who said, you know what? Let me switch up the Star-Lord. We are going to deal with the 3 heals with our 3 heals. Although I'm not going to be healing. I'm going to be doing the DPS. The team up with Ethan Withers provided tons of value from behind. No one really saw the Jeff angle until the end. And now I understand why there was the eventual ban onto Jeff. But yeah, look. You know, that was just a really well-played map from RMIT. They had a very explosive beginning, and they were able to eventually contest out. They solved the problem presented by Monash. And I tell you what, it's going to be a banger of the next few maps.
Absolutely. This is only the beginning, Amp. We did see both teams get a slice of the pie to kick things off, and now we have more on its way. I cannot believe what we are seeing here tonight. What a spectacle, you know? It's been absolutely crazy. And I am definitely excited to see what is next on the fight card here. I reckon we could have potentially Shin Shibuya on the way through, but who knows? I could be wrong, Eb. I could be wrong.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind some Shin Shibuya into this one. Like, it would be pretty good. I'm trying to pick at that last one, but it's just so hard to pick. You know, there was just so much value Kyrie was able to bring in. He was the first one up with his ult, and he was just, you know, instrumental with Osaragi in providing those value after value. They recognized that potentially Monash might be trying to do a little bit more of a spice mix, because they have been known to throw anything they want onto a map like this. And, you know, right after that, it was just on the off footing. Although we could have had a very bad time and just looking at Monash with the full shutout. Once again, you know, even with Comic Revival onto the side, you can tell the rest of RMIT was prepared. So let's see what happens on map number 3.
That's right. Let's see what is going to be on its way through into Shin Shibuya. Map number 3 are going to be a fun one ahead of us, Amp. I think we are going to be looking to lock into this one quite soon, my friend. And I'm very curious to see the landscape in this next pick ban phase here. You know, whether things transform or whether we are going to be stuck into a stock standard pick ban phase. Things looking very similar to what we saw before. always fun to see what's on the horizon, but I'm curious whether that targeted Captain America ban is going to come through.
Well, I guess it might eventually, but there's still gonna be the full shutout for Bucky. Monash realizing that the thing was a problem, they say no to it, which means that they are gonna be getting that Captain America dream. So Captain America being protected means that this opts for a ton of potential. Emma Frost also onto the side means this is a wild bag from coming in, right? The tanks are gonna have unlimited pushing power. They're gonna have unlimited annoyances and shutout. Having the Emma Frost to get in as a substitution to the thing, I think is respectable enough. RMIT now for the ban can be looking to lock away another DPS. Oh, it looks like they're gonna be banning away the Black Panther. I feel like this might be a little bit of an overstretch here. So the reverse ban is gonna be Psylocke.
See, as a result of this, though, the Captain America is going to be allowed through. That's something that RMIT were pretty consistent in banning out. So I'm curious what the result of that is going to be. Because WotOCE has been pretty solid on the Captain America in prior weeks. And now they've managed to lock down the Magneto as well. That's their tank combo set in stone there, Em. And I'm scared of what Monash is going to bring with that, to be honest.
Yeah, it's like, how prepared are you when it comes down to this kind of a matchup? RMIT, they are going to be given the limited options. So when they ban away the Black Panther, it means that, you know, there's just tons more potential. They say we leave open the DPS. So now they get to protect Human Torch. And Human Torch is a great keep away. You know, the Flaming Meteor, the Prison. I think when it comes down to the competition, Pirate Prison is probably one of the most important factors of building up your ults really quickly and ensuring that people are constantly checking the ground. In the meantime, a ban on Groot that is also going to be targeted at Pikachu, and there's going to be a, I guess, Invisible Woman. Like, at this stage, I'm not sure if it should be a thing to be banning away Invisible Woman. Like, it could be another targeted respectful ban compared to it, because Adam Warlock is free, Loki is free, pretty much every healer support is going to be free, minus the Invisible Woman. It's a little bit perplexing because there's so many options, there's so many setups that can be going through and popping out. Monash is going to be sticking to the traditional, I guess, a very play around style between push and shove. Joji and Genzo providing the value. They're going to get the Punisher into it. On the other side, RMIT, I think it comes as no surprise when you do protect the Human Torch as a high priority. They are going to be playing that air game in. Ethan Winters to be supporting with Elk. I feel like, yeah, that's going to give you the maximum potential you're going to be getting. Air Ninja, meanwhile, can also be boosted a little bit more with Smiles, and Smiles taking that run of it and providing the CC is going to be looking to locking down most of WotOCE, but that still is going to be a problem for them. So we'll see how they dissect the problem.
Yeah, let's see what they are going to be able to do. Genzo has brought up the turret here. I'm curious to see what they are going to be able to achieve right now. Pikachu playing out the Magneto in this one, so not going to be bringing it Groot style this time. I'm curious to see how they approach the rest of this one now. Askari and Co try and blow their way in. Good to play off Rocket there. Get those extra bullets, but WotOCE doing exactly what I thought they would on the cap, holding down that front line and just trying to force RMIT back here.
Oh, a lack of clarity right there, as Joji needed to be revived, but here comes the Sia, and there is going to be the full focus to take that one out by Kari. Oh, gets frozen. Absolute Zero was going to be okay, but look at the value. The Pirate Prison does get the lockout here. There's going to be Sia in reverse, and I tell you what, might be something that Monash was looking to eventually channel. But they are going to find some cleaner. Also, Ruggy, Elk, they're all going. And Ninja eventually going down, but Elk gets revived. But it doesn't matter. Smiles is going to get gunned down. There's no more support left. RMIT, they get pushed back, but they do have the ult building. The chase up, it's a little bit crazy, and Joji is confident. They say, if you want to be coming back to aim at me, I have the faster firepower, and there's going to be no more play. Walsh, meanwhile, was just doing a little bit of dancing to see what was happening. Does need to eventually back up. Yes, you can dance around as Cap and really roam, but you don't want to get locked in there. And there is going to be the value. Supernova onto the side. The angle is great, aiming straight at the support. And Osaragi here to contest. Not too much to be contesting, but that damage is heaps.
Oh, it gets bigger, doubling down, and they're looking for the next support as well. Jaded needs to get the heck out of there. Oh no! And they've been KO'd. So that is going to be the lockdown to the point. Kari hasn't finished yet. Poor Genzo hunted down for the quad. And Kari is just ripping it up. My gosh. RMIT now going to be on the payload sector though. But Whoosh, they're back in action and they're trying to shut him down. Good for the trade there. And they will fall off.
You're doing well. Don't overplay your hand, you know what I mean? Especially when you did so much in the beginning and you found the value in your ult. But then right after that, the worst thing is you get yourself off. Kari does find Joji, which is going to be good. Oh, that flaming meteor finds Genzo as well. He's just building his meter. And then at the same time, pushes all of them off into the second checkpoint. You can see just how much more that he's doing. And this insane lock and protect with the Human Torch is just doing way too much work. Monash, meanwhile, does not find the value, does not find the snap on him. He's playing very smartly. The angle is good. They are going to get an amplifier here, but it's a little bit of a far distance here. So that's a funny thing. There is going to be the grab, does not get that crystal kick. And then there is going to be even more annoyance. Oh, the second grab is going to be good. And Walsh gets stunned. Doesn't get any other value out of this one. Here comes Final Judgment, trying to find it. But there is a little bit more. The shield is good. Goddess of Death into the reverse, looking to get him down, standing strong. But Jaded is gone. Genzo, Joji, they just all can't stand into the heat. And Denzel does get the fate of 2 worlds in, but it's not enough.
Yeah, Fate of Both Worlds definitely doing a great job to keep them up there, but they will be able to get all of the KOs in. And RMIT push it over the line onwards to that second point there. 1 more point to go. And curious to see how things go heading into this next one.
All right, RMIT. We see you. You are definitely putting on a show right now. And Monash, what's going to be the response? Things have looked a little bit stale. And yes, you get to pick some of your mains. Here comes Freedom Charge. And we are looking at the backline, looking to maybe catch one of them offline. And yes, we're going to find Elk finally getting something. Here comes the Crystal Kick. The Crystal Form is going to be good, but Joji, the value, not enough just yet. Does find a little bit more, but eventually Genzo and Walsh on the ground does find them else. But the thing is, Kari is still remaining free. He's just in the air, pops back up, pops back down, provides those pyros. He says, no worries. You know, you can't really shut me out, and I'm happy to be playing. Gotta be careful though. It was a little bit of an extension without support. Just thinking about Genzo, but Air Ninja finds the reverse. And no one's still touching Walsh at the back. Could be problematic for a side, but they have all 10 on him. And that's exactly what you want to see.
Exactly what you want to see. Amplifier going to be bringing up the heat as well. But there's some more on the other side of town as well. We'll see what else they are going to be able to do. Kari bringing up the heat downtown here. I love this passive damage coming over the top. They're just playing their angles, slicing around the corners there, and they do actually catch Genzo. Good start, furthered now. Joji's down, Genzo back with the rocket passive, but they're losing more players. Denzil brings up the Fate of Both Worlds there, but it could be too little too late here. You never know though. Final Judgment could be on its way from Genzo as well. Could be a big opportunity. Smiles though, good for the ultimate, and they are still pressing up at a very quick rate here. I love these staggered KOs as well, and it's really putting Monash in a hard spot.
Yeah, definitely. You can see Genzo was trying to find the high place to avoid the seduction, and at the same time trying to set up maybe a turret or eventual ult. But it's just not enough. Freedom Charge once again, meteor ammo to the side. Genzo gets sent back into the spawn. But it's just not happening. Here comes both. The Flaming Dunga's just going to be so strong on Kyrie. And while there's going to be the trade, there is still also Rocky onto the side, and he's channeling Goddess of Death. The capture comes in 1 minute and 17. This is a task. This is something that we are ready to play. RMIT definitely in a comfortable spot against a team like Monash, and I am a little bit scared for their side. Monash has done well. They were the crowd favorite. They were the favorites throughout this whole series. It might just be a moment where they trip over themselves. So let's see what the response is going to be, because things aren't looking too bright at the moment. They need to minimum cap. They need to minimum provide an immediate response, and that response needs to be significant.
Absolutely needs to be a large response here. And eager to see if they are going to be able to push on into this one. As we have a change up here, Em. It's Hawkeye time. Perhaps in anticipation of the upcoming patch here, we are going to be seeing maybe a lot more Hawkeye on the horizon, but it wasn't meant to be. Jaded's playing around with all the team-ups right now, so love to see it. And let's see what's going to go down. Heading in to the next push now. It's Monash's time to shine. And let's see if they can push it all the way to the end.
Yeah, it's still that same problem. You know, Kyrie is just completely unchecked, and he's playing the points well. Meanwhile, he's trying to lock the entrance, going through a little bit of a beam here and there. It's gonna look at that value. He just found all of them, building himself up. Meanwhile, Walsh, super annoying, already at the back, trying to be a menace. He has been spotted, and Joji also was a little bit low, but the angle is just invasive. They're saying, we got the angle here, we're ready to play. Walsh, meanwhile, quickly giving some hands and slapping everyone back into the window. You don't want to all be stuck in there. Gotta be careful, RMIT. As yes, no death is gonna be great, but it's a terrible time to be locked in. Genzo, meanwhile, gets taken down. Here comes the prison. There is gonna be the revive on Genzo. Sia deployed. There's gonna be one all around, and I feel like if the Windows is just holding to check, Jaden and Joji, Pikachu, they're all gonna be targeted. And while they save a little bit more, RMIT, they are doing everything correct.
Doing everything correct and ready to bring things up to standard here. And we'll see if they are going to be able to manage on this one. RMIT. Hold on, a Meteor M are going to be available though. Let's see if they can activate, because it's Pikachu who has it and Air Ninja. And again, GoddessOF Death available, play to both worlds for both teams, and let's see who is going to be the one to fight it. Air Ninja, great activation. Do take down Joji there, hitting the reset button, so good KO, but Kari ready for a supernova as well. Play to both worlds coming through here. They might be able to trade it. Alk, there we go. Bringing it up. RMIT going to be on the better end of this one. Let's see if they can do it. Uh-oh, here it comes. It's a Meteor M, GoddessOF Death. It's all going to be happening. Smiles jumping in as well. All these ults right now are just delivering.
Also, Ragi gets taken down, but there's going to be a reverse. There is going to be the revive eventually, but still going to be on the side of RMIT. The one who holds and survives is always going to be the ultimate winner. Meanwhile, this offense has not gone down just yet, and Jada is just a little bit angry, looking to clap Kyrie off the stage. But at this second, RMIT has provided a ton of challenge to their side. I am not sure what's going to be the answer in your reverse. Monash don't really have anything else loaded in, so both sides have their ults just completely resetted. Whatever is going to be happening has to happen fast. And Walsh It's going to be back onto that Thor, looking for the off-angle picks. Might be looking to just get some more DPS. They have just quickly acknowledged that there is problems, but Joji gets taken down. Also, Ruggy, this guy needs a medal. The amount of aim he's been doing and the amount of clutches is just unbelievable. But just as I say that, I jinx him as well. He gets taken down, but there is going to be the revive utilized by both teams. Kyra is super low, but gets back as up 90%. Waiting for his really quickly. See on Denzel. Does find the pushing value. Eventually gets taken down. They had to invest, but at the same time, they were looking to push this one in. There is going to be the eventual comeback from Genza, but he's quite low. He gets punished. And Fate of both worlds does come in. The dance is going to be great, but Jaded goes down.
Goes down and brings it right up. RMIT are activating onto this one. Getting all the shots through. Not much time available right now. Genzo on the strange. It's portal time. Kari trying to get the damage in there. Fate of both worlds coming out, and the damage from Smiles is good too, but the Fate of both worlds is going to be good enough. God of Thunder comes out. Meteor M coming out, and Ninja gets worse. That's a good pick coming out of it. Let's see if they can find another one. Goddess of Death is out, but the damage just ain't happening. That's unfortunate, but Joji will go down in the meantime, bringing back Wosh. Osaragi out of the equation now as well. A problematic approach, but this could actually be the moment here for Monash.
Oh my god. I have Agamotto, but Jada gets taken out. Both side support is gone. They finally take down Kyrie with a Spider-Man. Here comes the defense. Onto the OT. No more extra points for you. Smiles is here to play. Joji gets taken out by Osaragi. Walsh trying to hunt him, trying to get rid of all the backline support, but they are just all here. Bakari gets taken up by Walsh, which is great. That's exactly what you want. Oh, look at that triple. And he wants the quad. They want the point. And he is just looking at the Rocket, who eventually goes down. And finally, we have a capture onto the first one. Here comes my web. They want to find Smiles eventually, and he's not long for this world. Not much to be doing. The staggering is going to be okay. What a first point contesting. Monash finally cracked that first space. A little bit of a relief is going to be given, but they've only got 2 minutes to make it work.
They don't have long at all, do they? But let's see if they can manage here. It's definitely been quite the endeavor so far, but there's still plenty more distance yet to be covered here. Kari, good KO on to Joji here. Will be brought back by Rocket here. The Fate of both worlds is going to be bringing the vibes up for Monash. Kari shut down. A good KO from Joji there. Meteor M available, but here comes that big ultimate from Joji. Looking to find more out of it, but it never ends here. It's all over the shop right now, M.
Yeah, that Sonic Seduction finds a little bit more. Kyrie finishes the Pikachu. It means that they do have more to be playing. Amplify that's being brought back. And gotta be careful to the back line. Meteor M onto the top, looking for his support target. Gonna get the roof instead. One of those times that just happens, and of course onto the side. There is gonna be the snipe in. Trying to find it. Elky is gonna survive. Gonna be just fine. Got his death onto the back. Looking at Jaded, but I guess nothing. Are we just seeing nothing from it because there is the... Oh, sorry, it was Genzo. Genzo was just absorbing it. Osaraki gets taken down with Joji. Meanwhile, the main problem here is still Kyrie. Kyrie versus Joji. Kyrie is going to be traded instead. But in the meantime, that push is still pretty much alive. 23 seconds left onto the clock. Smiles trying to get the grab. Does not... Eventually gets the crystallized kick. And while Genzo gets taken down here, that offense is slowly starting to shred through. Pikachu gets taken down as well. The rest of RMIT, they're here. There's no more portals to be played. While they're desperate to get the through, spectacular spin, out to the back, find both support. Just have to get healed. Here comes Supernova trying to find it. Osaraki Smiles, both goes down. Could just be safe. while you can be looking to shut this one up, but remember, he is a tank. Kari, try to go through. There is going to be the portal from above as well. Pikachu, he says, I'm just here just in case, guys. And they find the respawning Ethan Winters. I'm just going to say it right there. Both points to be captured like this. What a game we have.
Absolutely incredible game we have, Amband. It hasn't even ended yet. We've still got one more point to push towards, and we might even see OT. Got a Thunder. He is able to be activated here if Monash want to. I have Agamotto also on the cards, but it's Miles forcing them back. A good damage coming over the top here. Joji going to be brought back by the passive there, so good for them, but there's still going to be more over the top as well. Kari trying to escape. Jude is out. Kari will be shut out of the sky, but good trade from Osaragi. Does it manage to find the KO from this one? Let's see if they can gather more strength here, though, because we only have just over 30 seconds here, and Monash need a massive push. They've got 5 ults to do it, but I mean, RMIT, you've got 4 of their own, but here we go. I have Agamotto coming around the back from Pikachu there. They're getting isolated, but Gento capitalizes, finding the double down. Kozaragi going to be brought back by the rocket passive, but this could be the momentum they need to push themselves onto the point.
Yeah, just hold on to my damage, says Monash. They are going to just be waiting. Anything that goes forward is going to be met instantly with God of Thunder. You can tell just how much they want this capture. In the meantime, any mistake committed by RMIT means that they're going to have to do this all over again. And while we are playing as hard as we can, here comes some claps. Aiming straight at Kari, he goes down quite low. You can see they don't want to be going offline, but Joji gets taken down. It's a rough one. Saragi fighting it. Here comes the revive. He's going to be okay. Meanwhile, they do want to get the explosion. Once again, Goddess of Death. Here comes Meteor AM. Come on, power it up. And here comes God of Thunder onto the side. That's not find the value as well. And maybe we'll just get more. Saragi finds Denzel. Means that there is no more Rocket support. They still have theirs. Oh, they are going to find Jaden once again. This is just a value Kyrie pick. Look at him. He goes forward. He says, no worries. Hold on to my Pyro Flames, baby. It is RMIT.
Oh, what a clutch supernova to shut out the map. They managed to take it through. My gosh, Emp. That map goes up in flames, and RMIT have taken the lead in this series against Monash. I can't believe my eyes. RMIT are on series point right now, Emp. What an incredible turn of events here. Monash need to lock in and try and take a map back to tie it up 2 for 2. My word. A minimum 4 maps on the cards right now. And we could go all the way to 5 if Monash bring it back here. And let's see what is going to be on the horizon out of this one, my friend. This is incredible.
Yeah. Look at those kills. Kyrie 50 and 8, Osaragi 44 and 10. Both of them on the 37, 38k damage. It's just unbelievable playstyle. They have really solidified the way to be bring themselves in and contesting against Monash, and I'm excited for the remainders.
Absolutely excited for the rest of this one too, Amp. It's only going to get better from here, and let's find out just how much better it's going to get right after this break. Welcome back, everybody, to the AEL University Elite Series here for Marvel Rivals. It has been a night of wonder, adventure, and chaos. It has been an incredible evening so far, and we have more terrifyingly great gameplay coming to you very soon. Map number 4 of this grand final series, and RMIT currently up 1-2 in their favor. Series point is in their way, and Monash, they have to step up to the pitch to try and bring it back 2 for 2, take it to map 5. Otherwise, we could see Monash be taken down. David could defeat Goliath here tonight.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, while we do have that kind of a scenario going, it's also important to highlight just how much value a Human Torch was for the side of RMIT. While we do have some wild picks here and there, they were still just not enough to shut him down. And RMIT was the 3rd seed coming to the playoffs. It's not like they were on the bottom of the pack. They definitely came in with the potential to take it all the way. It's just that while they were still playing through the earlier weeks, there was still a highlight on just like their core strength and weaknesses that was picked apart by the other side. We have maintained to see just how much they were able to get away with, and just now, you know, multiple members was able to play their role correctly. We had Ninja playing his Magneto really well. We had Kari playing the Human Torch that was unstoppable. Osaragi was sniping out of his mind, and once again, hitting the pick and ban is going to be the mirror. There's not going to be any Bucky plays, no matter what you say. And right into the reverse, Monash says, well, you got me. I'm also going to take away the pick onto the Wild Human Torch. You guys was just too good on it. So, you know, a little bit of mutual respect being given. So now comes Monash's side. They can elect to protect whatever they want. It could be the Thor, which probably won't be the problem. Invisible Woman's going to be picked. So they are going to try to elect to make sure that they don't fall into any other sort of mistakes. I feel like while, you know, that is going to be a good protect, it's also going to be highlighting that DPS is going to be out here. It means that we are going to get ourselves with a Psylocke play, and now it probably comes into the front. I believe this could be a Cap or Emma Frost focus. It could be any tanks into the beginning. I think Groot is also a good angle to be banning away, and it's going to be Captain America, and that is something I'm okay with.
Yeah, I'm going to be okay with that as well. You know, they're trying to ban out BkWhatOCE's main pick there. Like, they banned it pretty consistently before, and it makes sense that it's going to be banned again. But now Pikachu is back on Old Faithful, back on the Groot. So, great to see that one being enabled there, and I really am impressed with the adaptation coming through from Monash as well. I'm curious how RMIT is going to adapt around the lack of Human Torch here, because that's been their saving grace, arguably, in these last couple of maps here. So curious to see what they're going to be able to opt into instead. It's definitely tough, but 2 more bans to go, and let's see which way the river flows.
Over here, I think for RMIT, it can be anything. They've banned away plenty of choices, and banning away Venom here, I guess it's really into the future. But there is the ban for Osaragi full target. They've realized that Osaragi's aim on the Hela has been a problem. Doubling down with Kara into the last one was a no contest, but in the meantime, could be going to the traditional pick and play. Into a game like Marvel Rivals, when you do have rockets, when you have Lunar Snow, when you have even potential Atom Warlocks, this is all like pretty much more simple, straightforward when it comes down to it. Both sides is going to have the Thing and Magneto, so going back and forth is not going to be too bad. Lunar Snow on both sides is still quite good. On one side, you're going to have Punisher with a rocket. The other side, you don't. I guess it's also something that you're going to have to like just get used to, right? Because while you do have the differences in tanks when it comes down to it, it's just whoever overcommits is going to get taken down, because both sides can have a ton of consistent firepower. And RMIT, they say, well, you know, this is one of those maps where we're going to be pushing out first. Let's see how much you have of a containment strategy in order to go against us.
Yeah, let's see if they are going to be able to quarantine this one. It's time for defense to come through. Time for offense on its way to, as we jump in to the killing floor. It's time for KOs in abundance. Ethan Winters 44 doing their best to keep their team healed up, ready for action as well, but BkWhatOCE doing a good job of holding them back in the choke point here, holding just next to the van there, and prepared for battle, prepared to try and rattle things up here. Let's see if they can do it now. The shots are coming through now. RMIT taking it slow at the moment. Kari first to go. KO does get brought back by Alk though. Good for the passive here. Let's see what else they can look to cook up. Ooh, the iron wall is good there.
You gotta be careful here. While you do have both your walls just completely invested here, it means that you're gonna be pretty much useless in the beginning. Pikachu dancing around, doesn't want them to be gaining. It means Walsh looking for an off angle, maybe gonna be fighting against Strangle Prison is gonna be available, but the final judgment, Joji finds a triple. It's impressively enough because there was also a buff. It's gonna be just fine. Karen Me was from the top. Not gonna be long for this road, and Joji is gonna be able to find the pickup. In the meantime, welcome to the delivery. Here comes my turret. Splash that ground, do a lot of damage. It's gonna be a rough one. Locks him down with Strangle Imprisonment, but no kills just yet. It's just gonna cut him off. Meanwhile, Osaraki gets taken down. Walsh maybe finding something else. They send the butterfly into the back. Invisible boundary also gonna be invested just for now, but in the meantime, it's not significant enough. On a judgment into the reverse. Osaraki's turn, looking at it, provides one value, looking at a little bit more, but it's not gonna be given that chance. And Joji is already back, as we say it. While it's good, we lock down the convoy. We are able to get a little bit of deliverance ready to go. But at the same time, it's going to be punished by Genzo. So it's a rough one as you come down, and there is going to be God of Thunder. It was just on top of the wall, so it doesn't get the full plus, but it does not matter as them all get sent back into the spawn.
Get sent all the way back to spawn there and ready to bring themselves back into the fray here. A minute and 33 to go right now. Kari. Good on the Wolverine. Like what I'm seeing here. Meteor M actually could be good to force out the defenders here. Here we go. Good catch. The leap comes through. And it's the Strangling Thorns. Meteor M activated now. Amplifier as well. Trying to lock him down, but not going to be able to get anything from it here. Final Judgment coming out from Joji. Good for the good ult as well right now. Desperately trying to get something from it, and Genzo will be able to find the slam dunk. Focused on the supports, no one there to save them, but Genzo going a little too far away, and he's healing as well. They're doing a great job of holding on to this choke point right now, shutting down RMIT player after player here, and it leaves them little to no flexibility to go for a push.
Oh, it's rough days. This is what I was talking about. When you are going to try to lock yourself away, and while it is great with the team ups here and there, but it's just not the right sort of mix, and there is going to be some switches here and there, low-key, and of course, there is going to be Kari trying to find the abduct, but you can just see how much pressure he's under in. He is going to try to collect a little bit of health, and that's going to be fine, but it's just he needs Pikachu right now. He needs Pikachu to get taken down, but this is the final few seconds. They're making the final stand. Kari gets down. It's going to ensure there's going to be no more. Final Judgment comes in. Strangle Imprisonment. Koji fighting everything into this wombo. No one gets to live here. Ethan Winters gets gunned down. They are going to contain them all. And there was pretty much nothing into the reverse. 68 and 58 meters. Monash, if they make any portal play here, and I'm saying any portal play, they don't even need to commit to the portal. This could be a rough one.
Oh yeah, it could be a really rough one. Honestly, Amp, I'm a bit scared. I'm a bit scared of what's to come here, and we'll see what is going to be pushing out of this one. It could be very short-lived map, but we'll see what this one is going to bring. Maybe more, you know, RMIT is going to be able to bring a super solid defense here as well. Who knows? Definitely eager to see if this one is going to be held off in this stage, or whether we could be seeing an enraged Monash push us through all the way to game number 5 here. KOs coming out in abundance. They are ready to lock this one in, and we'll see if Monash are going to be able to seal the deal here. They've got limited preparation time. They're ready to go. RMIT, one in the same. They're bringing out Kari. They've got that Jeff the Shark available. Bringing out Loki as well. They've got a lot of solid foundation here, but is it going to be enough to hold the point down?
Yeah, this is the classic containment strategy. Just get your 2.5 healers or just 2 healers with a Jeff to provide the eventual value. Although you're going to be omitting a little bit of this and that, he needs to be able to play no mistake Pikachu, almost dying to his own containment here with Smiles. And that could have been problematic, but in the meantime, they're not too worried. They just need to find any target available. And look at this, Jeff looking around, being annoying, and Walsh reading it when he's gonna pop up, it's gonna go for the containment. Meanwhile, this could be problematic. The rest of RMIT, they are gonna try to find the value. They're gonna find, and not really too much. Energy gets taken down, and there is gonna be danger. Kari is just too deep. No recovery possible. This convoy is being pushed. God of Mischief comes out. There is gonna be the complete play, fed up both rails. And there is gonna be Amplifier, Final Judgment, trying to get a visible boundary, not enough, Smiles down. And there is gonna be God of Thunder contained, also Ragi from the side. While you get as much as you can, here comes my bullets. Ethan Winters dancing and just trying to provide some extra value. And Ninja, not for this world. And everything that Kari is trying to provide is being shut down. Dance with the Butterfly into the reverse. Out goes down. Look at see it. Osaragi continues to the side, trying to maybe find a support. It's going to get a pick. But at the same time, both of his has gone down. They are all being taken apart. And it's an easy delivery.
1, 2, 0.
Package received. It's a map for Monash. So, Amber, we are going to be going down to map number 5. Monash lock it in. Joji the GOAT takes away MVP there. And it is down to 1 final stand here. RMIT, can they recover, or will it be Monash to take it all in a flash? It all comes down to this one. And it's going to be a very high-intensity pick ban phase ahead of us. I am certain of that.
Yeah, I think that Hela ban really proved to be effective, and also a full lock away on Kyrie's pick with Human Torch is also one of the best things that has happened. Even though you were the problem before, now not having the option to be playing knows that, this is the problem that Monash has figured out. This is the solution. Now, RMIT, with their pick and ban, obviously they lock away the Bucky for good reasons. Now could be one of those contention areas where they opt to not ban Bucky, and so DPS, they have to waste more of Monash's side to ban to contain them. And so if you lock away a DPS, we're going to have a lot more to be played depending on who. But then again, Bucky can still just be locked away. They ban away Human Torch into the next one, but then the Protect will be on the Hela as well. So, things could definitely dance around, because there was no effect when it came down to using, I guess, the Punisher. It was not into the greatest effect, even though the Rocket was waiting at the back with the passive, and then onto the switch with the Psylocke really didn't provide value. So the aim and the center focus, while it's traditional, it didn't play into their formula, and so seeing them depowered really hurt the side of RMIT. So I guess Monash, they're feeling quite good.
Yeah, I think they're feeling quite good, even feeling quite great. So, eager to see how things go down once we do get down to business here. I think it's going to be a fun matchup ahead of us. And I think this final map is really going to be absolutely wild, my man. It's going to be crazy to see what this one is going to be like, my man. And I don't know. I think both teams are at their wits' end. You know, I think this is going to be the one to shut it all down.
Yeah, what we don't want is a complete containment right there. I believe we're getting a convergence. Yeah, I think we're getting convergence.
Yeah, you reckon?
So, well, look, we're going to be getting it. Sooner or later, both teams are going to have to show their tail. They're going to have to show exactly what they've got. And I do feel like RMIT has had their point of containment quite well when it comes to playing a map like that. But interestingly enough, onto the last sort of play, I thought personally Pikachu was a big problem, right? His group was just too free. He was able to be playing way too well, and there was no answer for him.
Yes, when you let Groot be free, Pikachu breaks free with it. And that's why Pikachu is the team MVP there. The Groot play is just superb coming through from Pikachu there on the Groot. And eager to see how we go down heading in to the game shortly, everybody. It's going to be a fun pick ban phase ahead of us. I am most certain of that. And here we go. We're in the symbiotic surface. It is convergent.
Okay, there is the lock away. They say, yo, you're not allowed to play this at all, and that's just going to be the way it is. And so, you know, no Human Torch. You don't get to be playing it. No Bucky. And now here comes the interesting part. There is going to be the lock. I guess this lock is going to be centered. Yeah, Emma Frost. It's a little bit of a problem coming in at this late of the stage. I don't think Emma Frost was the full problem into address, but I guess they are going to be playing to containment. Monash, meanwhile, might be opting to do anything wild here. They can be opting with a group pick, lock away cap, or actually can be Captain America here, but it's going to be Invisible Woman, it's going to be mirroring, and then that means they're going to be locking away as a potential tank to be going forward. Like, it wouldn't be out of this world if they're going to be locking away. No! Okay, so the Psylocke is going to be locked out of here, which means RMIT is going to lock away the group, which means that they have the opportunity to protect Osaragi here, which I guess has been the carry force. That could be something, potentially.
I reckon you could be onto something there, Amp. But let's see what goes down now. One more pick on its way. It's Magneto. So probably going to be seeing that one come through. Genzo are going to be happy with that. But let's see what this next pick comes through for Monash will be.
Well, judging by the state of things, yeah, Monash yeah, that's what I was saying. You don't elect to be knocking that one down. You shut down Pikachu, there is still Walsh. And Osaragi, there is no protect on you, which means no Hela to be played. And this final one, locking away anything is going to just be the bonus. Feel like the composition is still going to relatively evolve around what Kari or Sargi is going to be playing on RMIT. On Monash side, I feel like, you know, their DPS is very flexible. Their tank, however, is somewhere where you have to be thinking. So the Black Panther aimed at Joji here means that there's not going to be any wild stuff coming in from Genzo and Joji. But like, look at the lock-in. They were ready with this composition. They instantly locked down Emma Frost, Captain America, Magneto, and, you know, with the two supports with Joji, the DPS is pretty much ready to go. It means that Walsh can be just playing into the back line, can be doing a ton of annoyance. Meanwhile, on the side of RMIT, I guess this is still just the thought process as of now. Even though we do get a Hawkeye, we might not get the full lock-in, but there is going to be the Storm, which I'm interested to see how Kara is able to be playing it. Storm typically performs quite well on this map, can be doing a ton more damage. Most likely, you got to be careful of this is Storm have piercing. So piecing power can be very, very good onto their side. And obviously he being a good Human Torch will also be the same translation into the Storm. But how much value? That's a different question.
Yeah, that's going to be tested, isn't it? Excited to find out who will pass the test heading in to this next sector now. Kari has changed up the vibe completely with that Storm. One and the same is Osaragi. So curious to see who will be able. It's Monash. Try and creep up close to the point here. Osaragi doing a good job at chiming those arrows through nice and quick from afar. Kari one and the same. Just playing the distance game here. Don't get too close to the sun or you're going to get burnt. But Monash, they're creeping around and finding multiple angles to get onto the point here. This is already causing a ruckus on point.
Yeah, well, you know, you're able to provide some value. You got to be careful here. And Ninja was not really being checked. And this backline, oh, Absolute Zero was gorgeous. Here comes the kick. They are going to get washed down. And oh, it's a rough time when you're staring at that containment. Yes, you are okay here and there, but look at Monash. With the turret, it's just value upon value. Joji was happy to quickly swing on top, quickly gets the smoke, just quickly pushes him off Ganzo. Well, I guess he's gonna be okay. He finds no pressure at all. And this value pick, it might not be working out. Hunter's side is ready and available, but they are in no position to be playing it as Kari gets taken down.
Yeah, gonna be taking him down and bringing it up here. Eager to see how things go down now. The shots that come through right now. Good ultimate from Genzo there, ripping things up and tearing it down. But let's see what else they can do. It's Joji. Final Judgment is just absolutely incredible there. But they are going to be good for more as they push this point one step closer towards the second checkpoint here. And eager to see if they are going to be able to get more through from here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah, baby. Feel the storm. Meteor man to the side looking for the dunk. Oh, finds Osaragi and Elk. They are looking to be contesting, and the clap is going to be invested. You can see Kara desperate trying to find anything, and Ninja bubbles himself. But him and Ethan Winters, they both go down. As much as you can be jumping, you're not going to be jumping for long when everyone's hunting on you. And Smiles eventually goes down. This second point's going to be good. And of course, when delivery the payload, you gotta be looking with a turret. Yeah, it's just vibe moment. It's just so good. Meanwhile, Monash having a ton of lead. They have 5 minutes to be playing here. They have so much to constantly run through, and Osaragi is so low, almost goes down. In the meantime, they do have some ults to be contesting. Walsh onto the back, going in and out, doesn't want to be attracting a stun. And while they are playing this, he has been grabbed and shut down before. Joji in a great place. Sonic Seduction onto the side, wants to get him down. It's invested onto Walsh mostly, so there's not that much value being given. Kari gets taken down, and you can see they are gonna look to get some more DPS. Genzo, there's the grab, here's the kick, there's the visible boundary, but there is gonna be the Amplifier Judgment. Meteor M doesn't gain any other value. Osaragi is down. And there's going to be another one you certain. Oh, it is just going to be beautiful onto their side. They are wiping everyone. And Monash finding a correct foothold.
Yeah, finding a correct foothold onto this one. And they've got plenty, ample time to spare here. And we'll see if they are going to be able to lock it in just a moment. Here comes the Catbolt, ready to assemble on the point to shut them down quick as they possibly can. They bring out Fate of Both Worlds as well here. Lots of damage, and there it is. Pikachu, great for the Meteor M as well. Does shut down Osaragi. So, 1 point remaining. 0.87 meters. RMIT struggling to hold on here, Amp. Monash might just do it.
Galactic Legend, invested by Kyrie. Having enough of it is not enough. He was just by himself. And Osaragi back into the Iron Fist trying to provide cover. They do not prevent that cap. Gotta remember, it's a full capture. The time left is 3 minutes and 19. It's a very tall order. The side of RMIT are now under pressure for the first time tonight. They are going to be feeling it. Symbiotic surface, they have not felt the most confident. They had some off picks thinking that they are able to get away with, but being a very close-knit quarters from Monash is just wreaking havoc. You can see the respect that they've been given. You can see just how much they were trying to elaborately stall them. But as they are struggling to find the answer, the team up that they have chosen is going to be Gamma. So I guess we're going to be playing into a quick little bit of a devolving. All right, so Punisher team up with Rocket. Gamma Squid coming up with the Hulk. And Ethan Winters with Luna pretty much all night with Air Ninja. This is pretty much the answer that they said they're going to be dealing with. It's a lot of pushing power as well. When you have the Punisher joining, it's going to be good. Monash, meanwhile, is pretty much the same thing. Don't need to overly accept anything else and overstep. Let's see. What's going to be the reverse?
Let's see if they are going to be able to hit the reversal here. As we jump in to the fray. RMIT ready to play into this one. Holding back. Not going to be able to attack too fiercely just yet, but in saying that, Osaragi would have, or the team up there with Rocket gets a lot more bullets to shoot into their enemies here. Might be one step closer to a KO, but Monash doing a great job to hold on here, and Ninja KO'd out, looking for more around the bend as well. Genzo, hold steady, forcing them further and further away, and RMIT, they're struggling to find an angle out of this one. We'll see. They can manage it. Kari slipping away slowly but surely, and they get sliced out. Monash doing a great job to focus up on their targets and deliver pure chaos.
This is the problem that I was talking about. The team up with the Maul, while is great and everything, it's just that on that off angle, there's a Punisher that's just waiting to take it apart. And there's no one really diving. So final judgment with a bubble, but there's going to be into the play. Both sides going to have amplifier, but there's only one that's going to be taken down. So Rocket's going to take him down, and look at this final judgment. The value is huge. He finds pretty much all of them on top with a buff. They are all going to be sent back into the Shadow Realm. And you can see the rest of Monash, they have pretty much locked themselves in. They are ready to play the containment game. RMIT now, there is going to be a switch into a Moon Knight. Osaragi maybe trying to find a containment angle, but the turret is just going to be dealing so much frontal damage. It says, well, no amount of shield is going to save you from this. So while you are trying to find this, I'm still pretty much protected. Meteor M available. And Pikachu and Jada can just be looking to play the ultimate containment game here. They're going to let a little bit going through. Walsh, meanwhile, can be running the back line, waiting for the angle as well. And Ninja, Ethan Winter is ready to go. Alk almost ready as well, but here we go. And there is going to be the back absolute zero. It is going to be the kick. Finds Kyrie on Soragi, just completely down instead. And Genzo from the front channels in, and you can see it. Nothing else you can be playing. Meter ammo to the back completely whiffs. But it does not matter because Osagari is down, and this offense is not in this world.
Not in this world. It's absolutely out of this world. And let's see what is going to come out of this one now. We got final judgment available from Joji right now. Jaded prepared as well, ready to shield their teammates. Whoosh, ready to assemble. It's disgusting what's available to them right now. But in saying that, RMIT have a lot available as well. So this could be an absolutely terrifying push coming through from both teams. There it comes, Fate of both worlds, amplifier out as well, trying to bring out the final judgment. It's so close to the KO here. It's not going to happen, though. Genzo prepared as well. Another amplifier activated here. It is just all happening right now, Amp. No one going down yet. Joji so close yet so far. Gets healed up at the perfect time. And they're still holding on, but Osaragi first to fall, more to follow. BkWhatOCE comes out, Smiles keeping their teammates in it to win it, but are they going to be able to do just that? That's the issue, as they are finding trades, but it's not enough to keep them pumped up or keep them in the mix here. RMIT struggle, and Monash have prevailed. OT timer trickling down him.
Oh my god, and they sniped Kyrie from the sky. It was disgusting, but it's such a beautiful containment from the side of Monash. They are gonna be able to take home the ultimate dub 3-2 over RMIT. They have brought this competition back, and all credits due MVP to Joji, the man, the turret, the legend, to be bring the final judgment in. It was just unbelievable play, and that series is awesome.
Couldn't agree with you more there, Amp. An amazing series coming out from both sides there. RMIT managed to take Monash all the way to the end, but Monash do manage to prevail, sealing the deal. Champions, Monash. Amazing stuff to come through there. Just an incredible result. They worked hard all season, and that hard work most certainly paid off to lock in their championship. Amazing. Just incredible.
Yeah, I'm out of breath. we have signed up to not to breathe, and I'm finally out of steam. It's pretty good, and I felt like Monash has finally prevailed in a uphill battle. In the beginning, we thought they were the fan favorite. They were the favorite of the tournament, but it was not to be in the beginning. RMIT definitely put up such an awesome series, but you know, it's still a great show.
That's right, great show indeed. And Emp, it's going to be even greater. We have an interview with Student, I think.
Hello.
Welcome, and a pleasure to have you on board. So, we get the man behind the scenes, the Mr. X of Monash, so to speak, the man in the chair. I gotta say, it's a pleasure to have you on board. And I guess, what's it been like coaching the team throughout the season?
Well, firstly, I'm more of a manager than coach. Regarding coaching, it's definitely, I don't really do that much per se. I'm more of a dad coach because, you know, the players, they're so talented, they're so mechanically gifted. They know what to do. It's just about sort of putting them in the right mindset to let them succeed. But like, you know, building the team and just like managing them, letting everyone know, you know, letting them know when scrim days are on, sorting all that stuff behind the scenes so that they can just focus on the game and just, you know, be their best selves when match day comes.
Oh, fair enough. Does that mean throughout the whole season you were the one to handle all the logistics, and then on top to whip them all to shape, right? Well, you were probably doing that. But on top of all of this, you know, one that coach. Fair enough. Coming into this one, I do want to put a massive highlight to the squad that's assembled around Monash. You know, obviously everyone has pulled their weight tonight. There was heaps of showing. Were you at any time worried for tonight because there were down games?
I'd be lying if I said I wasn't worried. I mean, credit to RMIT and all the uni teams in general, but definitely credit to RMIT. Over the course of the season, they've definitely been the team that's improved the most. Like you're seeing the gameplay from the very first game to now. Them as a team is, you know, whether it's been them grinding or whether it's them getting coaching themselves, you know, credit to them. They played really well, and like, you know, they definitely deserve to put up the fight that they did. It just wasn't enough though.
Yeah, cutting it down to the wire there, and a really exciting series. So really great that, yeah, you guys were able to deliver. I guess both teams in that respect were able to deliver on all cylinders. And I guess through the season, you know, you've said you've played more of a, I suppose, supportive role. How have you managed to, I suppose, keep the team well synergized through the season and keep them calm to approach their matches?
It's definitely been more of just like messaging them, talking to them. Like I do a bit of coaching now. Like when we do go over some VODs, especially the early time, I offer like my own suggestions. But just to give credit to our team, Denzel, Jaded, they're both so mechanically talented. It's insane. It's just so unfortunate that one of them has to play more of like a main support role, like a rocket. And Jaded's always up for that. So big credit to him. Tank line, Genzo. I feel bad for Genzo. He's stuck on mag jail because Wash will fall asleep if he plays the hero, but he's very, very flexible in that he can play a lot of heroes. He just hasn't been able to show it. And Wash, he won't say it, I'll say it, is the best tank in AEL by far. Not even close. Not only is he like very, very good at certain heroes, he's also probably the most flexible tank ever. Pikachu, best cheerleader squad right there. But regarding a DPS, Joji 6. Okay, so I mentioned Wash was a key component for our flexibility. Joji is probably the other definitely a key component there. When asked like what heroes he plays, he says Winter Soldier and then yes. And that's what it sort of means. He can play Winter Soldier and literally any other hero. It's like insane. He can play the hit scans like the Hela, but he can also play the agile heroes like Spider-Man, the Panther, BP, whatever there. So definitely those two act as the key driving forces or key parts of the team. Shout out to JJ as well, 8th man. Helps from Deacon. He helps with subbing in a lot. And as a manager, it definitely helps with getting a lot more skims being able to be played there. So shout out to him. But yeah, as a team, we've definitely synergized a lot. We've definitely grown a lot. Like, if we didn't like scrim at the very beginning and we just played as we did, we would drop a lot more maps than we did. But because we're able to get that practice, because we're able to improve as a team and individually as well, from there to now, it's been very, very great just watching them grow.
Oh, that what an awesome journey you guys have had, and credits to yourself for pulling them together, making sure that they're all gonna be performing, and of course getting the ultimate Pikachu cheering squad. He has to always be the one to bring through. I feel like his true value eventually shined out because in the beginning he was great, but then getting shut out from everyone else was a little bit of a problem until map number 4, went really well. But here comes the biggest question. Obviously, when it came down to this undefeated journey throughout the season, there would have been areas of excitement, areas of containment, and then areas of like concern here and there. Tonight, if you were part of the Discord or if you were part of the conversation, or if you can hear anything, did you hear any loud pop-ups or any areas where you were like, I need to handle something?
Definitely. Like even before the game, I'd be lying if I said the team was a bit over eager. I think production included, but obviously everyone was assuming that Monash would win there. But we from scrimming to them, from scrimming MIT, from playing against them, definitely knew that they were a lot better than what we're giving them credit for. And map 1 it worked out; it was still close here and there. But map 2 and 3 they definitely showed out, and the team had to lock in essentially. And it very, very I want to give a huge amount of credit to everyone on the team. Map 4, map 5, the comms, the playstyle, everything was just so much better. And that's giving credit to all the teams, or every member of the team there.
No, that's great to hear. Honestly, it's really great to see, how locked in and just how well oiled of a machine they are as a team. And I guess branching off on that, how's the landscape looking heading towards next season? Like, is the team going to stick together?
Well, every team has encountered the challenges, us included. I'd be like, there will definitely be some challenges. A couple of people might want to take a break here and there. A couple of people might be graduating, but that just like leaves room open for future players and undiscovered ones. So definitely excited. But the core team should definitely be. You should definitely be able to see them next season. And I'd just like to note, Game 5 victory. I know exactly what I'm gonna eat right here. I got Indomie right here. Perfect.
Hey!
The taste of victory.
Oh,
W.
beautiful.
Yes.
That's exactly what you want to see there. And, I love what you've got in the background there as well, student. I actually have something very similar as well. So a man of good taste, to say the least. So, yeah, no, that's great. But definitely appreciate you coming on with us tonight, student. Congratulations to you and the club on your victory. And, yeah, just best of luck in all the future endeavors.
Thank you so much.
There you go. Great to get someone a bit different, the Mr. X of the team. coming through there. We had a student, the coach of Monash. Definitely, yeah, great to get
Yep.
some of that behind the scenes kind of insight. You know, we never really got that until now, so it's really great to have that change of pace and just get a very different perspective. It's great. But you know what else is great, Imp? It's been a great season so far. A big congratulations to all teams for managing to push their way through. UNSW on 3rd place, and to Monash for taking away the grand final. And you know what else is good, Imp? AGON by AOC, the #1 gaming monitor brand in the world. AGON by AOC provide best-in-class monitor solutions for gaming and all other needs. But Imp, what else is good? We saw it just a few seconds ago. What could it be?
Yeah, it's gonna be Indomie! The noodle powder made with high-quality flour and selected ingredients and spices. A plate of Indomie Migo Rain will certainly brighten up your day. Try any one of the flavors available today from your local grocer or at indomie.com.au.
Yeah! Big shout out to our sponsors there. You know them, we love them. And they definitely are much appreciated. But you know what else is appreciated? Make sure you check us out on AU Esports League on X, YouTube, Facebook, you name it, we are on it. Make sure you check us out on all those socials. You can get some great clips from our streams. Definitely all those highlight plays going to be up on there, so keep your eyes peeled for that. But you know what else you got to keep your eyes peeled for? The fact that we are actually going to be back next week. You thought it was over with the grand final here in the Elite Series. Well, next week, everybody, we are back with the Open Series. So we get to see a whole different perspective on Marvel Rivals. And make sure you tune in for that one. Same time, same place next week. The Open Series will also reach its ultimate conclusion.